The Jackie Hernandez Haunting. In late 1988, Jackie Hernandez, a woman recently separated from her husband and expecting her second child, moved with her 2-year-old son Jamie into a modest turn-of-the-century bungalow in San Pedro, California. But what she hoped would be a fresh start instead morphed into a sustained, terrifying ordeal. The disturbances began subtly. Jackie and a friend, Christina Zivkovic, washing dishes in the kitchen, was startled when a sticky blood-like liquid began seeping from the walls. More odd phenomena followed. Pencils launched from a holder, voices murmuring from the attic, and a daybed that collapsed repeatedly with someone in it. In April 1989, Jackie gave birth to her daughter Samantha, but the hauntings only intensified. One night, en route to the bathroom, she came face to face with a gaunt, elderly man whose icy glare froze her before he vanished. At the same time, disturbing dreams haunted her. She had a reoccurring nightmare of a young man being clubbed and drowned, scenes she experienced from the victim's perspective. On August 8, 1989, Jackie sought the help of Dr. Barry Taff, a well-known parapsychologist recognized for his investigative work. Accompanied by a team equipped with advanced technology, he visited the site for the first time. During his initial investigation, the team heard loud, thundering noises coming from the attic, which some described as similar to a 200-pound rat scampering. Additionally, they experienced a strange pressing sensation akin to being submerged underwater. Later that evening, photographer Jeff Wheatcraft ascended into the attic and was attacked. His 35mm camera was ripped from his hands by an invisible force, and he discovered the lens and body separated and scattered. On a second attempt, Jeff was yanked by a clothesline wrapped around his neck and hoisted by a protruding attic nail. Supposedly, a tense struggle ensued, and captured in a photograph, Jeff was shown suspended. This would go down as one of the most harrowing pieces of paranormal evidence to date. As the nightmare continued, Jackie decided to leave the San Pedro bungalow and move with her family to a trailer near Weldon in Kern County. For a short while, peace seemed to return. However, the hauntings soon reappeared. In a storage shed, Jackie and her neighbors saw the spectral face of an old man flickering briefly on their TV screen, and that night, eerie pounding on the shed walls kept Jackie awake. When investigators returned to the trailer, their equipment failed to function properly in the presence of the phenomena they were experiencing, and during an Ouija board session, they encountered a spirit that claimed to have died around 1930. The spirit stated that he had drowned in San Pedro Bay, and that his murderer had once lived in Jackie's former home. The session concluded dramatically when Jeff Wheatcraft was thrown across the trailer and knocked unconscious. Determined to uncover the spirit's identity, Jackie researched old records and discovered the case of Herman Hendrickson, a seaman found floating in San Pedro Harbor on March 25, 1930. His death had been ruled accidental, but the circumstances broadly aligned with the messages received during the Ouija board session. Jackie also believed that another spirit, John Damon, was present. Damon was suspected to have been the original builder of the San Pedro bungalow. In the spring of 1990, during a visit back to the neighborhood, Jackie saw a glowing orb that led her to Damon's gravesite. The orb supposedly circled his headstone before vanishing, prompting Jackie to interpret this as a farewell. Over time, the intensity of the haunting diminished, and by mid-1990, the occurrences became sporadic. Jackie supposedly experienced lasting psychological effects from the ordeal, and her children developed sleep issues. To this day, the San Pedro haunting remains one of the most violent and mysterious cases in paranormal research. The near-fatal attacks on Jeff Wheatcraft and the persistence of the phenomena after Hernandez left San Pedro have led many to believe that she was the victim of something far more sinister than an ordinary haunting. Potentially, it was an entity that clung to her life with dangerous intent. What do you make of this one? A viewer's story. Now, we love it when viewers send in stories. It gives us a chance to share footage that has never been shared publicly before. If you have any footage you would like us to feature in a video, please send it to info@top5s.co.uk. Now, this next one was sent in by a viewer and shows the sender's little brother with his mates at the mysterious Center Bow Tunnel near Kingsport, Tennessee. The sender, who has also visited the tunnel several times, has encountered various paranormal experiences there. One of the most unsettling occurrences were when they saw what they thought was a homeless man who vanished right in front of their eyes. On other occasions, their car wouldn't start after visiting, and they noticed baby handprints on the windows. So when something weird was spotted in the background of their brother's photo, they sent it to us. Take a look. Can you see someone or something peeking out from the tunnel on the right-hand side? Now, we've looked into the history of the tunnel, and it's got some pretty creepy legends attached to it. The tunnel was built in the 1920s and is named after Edward Sensibo, the landowner. At one point, Edward took in a homeless man as an act of charity. However, the guest attempted to steal jewelry, and when Edward confronted him with a gun, the thief grabbed Edward's baby daughter as a shield and fled. Tragically, during his escape, the baby drowned in the tunnel. Another version of this story claims that Edward went mad, killed his entire family, and disposed of their bodies inside the tunnel. And in yet another version, Edward supposedly lived into old age, passing away in the 1950s, but as he aged, the tunnel became a gathering place for vandals and teenagers. To scare them away, Edward would hide at one end of the tunnel and emit an eerie shriek, something that many believe they can still hear to this day. Visitors to the tunnel have reported all sorts of anomalies, and it's said that if you drive through it and stop, turn off your engine in the middle, then it won't start again. Those who dare to get out of their cars claim to hear footsteps approaching and the sound of a baby crying. Additionally, some have reported seeing the shadow of a woman while driving through the tunnel. So the question is that a ghost lurking in the background of the photograph? What do you think? And thank you for sending this one in. The Disneyland's After Hours Ghost. In 2009, security cameras at the original Disney resort, Disneyland, California, captured footage after the park had closed, showing what appeared to be a ghostly figure wandering through its pathways, especially near the Haunted Mansion and the Rivers of America. The footage was later shared online and went viral, with many suggesting that the figure could be the spirit of Walt Disney himself, silently patrolling his creation long after the last guest had departed. Take a look. It definitely looks like a humanoid shape gliding through the empty park. Its movement and presence are eerily lifelike, leading many to speculate that it was the spirit, the long-deceased Walt. The video was largely forgotten about until mid-2021, when it gained renewed attention when it resurfaced on TikTok, where a user shared it with spooky hashtags and an appropriately haunting soundtrack. The revival of the footage has reignited imaginations about who or what is floating around the park late at night. Now, we're pleased this footage is getting renewed attention. It's a captivating piece, and was one of the first ghost videos we ever featured on this Top 5's channel over 10 years ago. Now, whether it's showing the spirit of one and only Walt Disney, or whether it's just a trick of the light and motion, we'll let you decide. The creepy voice. In early 2025, Reddit user Fort Union uploaded a link to an as of yet unexplained video that they fear may show evidence of a paranormal entity in their home. The clip is just 13 seconds long and is recorded from the user's Wisey home camera. It shows their dog sat on the living room sofa, facing to the right of the screen. Then what can clearly be recognized as a man's voice starts to speak in a muffled, unintelligible tone. It's hard to tell what is being said, but the user has interpreted it as "good dog, do you know that?" In the caption, the user has explained that they believe the voice to be a mimic, a ghost that is lurking in their house and copying what they tell their dog every day in a disjointed, eerie manner. They have acknowledged that the sound could not have been made by the dog, as it is a toy poodle with very short, high-pitched vocal cords. Take a listen. The uploader confirmed that the voice was likely coming from inside their apartment. What's particularly interesting about this case is that the commenters on the post seem to be agreeing that something sinister is indeed going on here. They have noticed that the dog is not looking at the camera or the window when the sound is made. He's looking at the origin of the voice, which appears to come from the left of the screen. Some suggestions include that one of their devices may have been hacked, or even that somebody may have attempted to break into the apartment. It's pretty unsettling. What do you make of it? Take one last look. The Ghost Hunters Lighthouse footage. Ghost Hunters is a famous ongoing television series that has run in several iterations since 2004. It sees a team of paranormal investigators traversing haunted locations across the United States, using night vision equipment, EVP recorders, and motion sensors to attempt to capture evidence of the paranormal. It was one of our favourite shows back in the day. The show has taken the producers and cast to some seriously unsettling locations over the years, one of which is the infamous St. Augustine Lighthouse on the coastline south of Jacksonville, Florida. The lighthouse, standing 50 meters, or 165 feet tall, looks out across the Salt Run on Anastasia Island, a stone's throw from the coastline of the Atlantic. The lighthouse is also associated with repeated sightings and sensations that have been linked to the supposed ghost of a lighthouse keeper, Joseph Andre. Andre, an immigrant from Spain, who dedicated most of his adult life to maintaining the lighthouse, sadly lost his life at the site when on the 20th of August, 1880, he fell to his death while painting the tower. Many visitors to the lighthouse, which is now open to the public for tours, have reported seeing Andre's restless spirit wandering around the top floors of the lighthouse tower, occasionally opening doors or moving objects. When the Ghost Hunters team visited the St. Augustine Lighthouse way back in 2006, they caught some of the creepiest footage ever to be aired on TV. Take a look at this.
Or something that's not accounted for.
Whoa!
See him come out?
Dude, that's cool.
Then you see a little light, but I don't think it's a flashlight because you would see the beam.
Yeah, you see the beam. It looks like somebody go like this.
Which is exactly what Jay and Grant said they saw.
Dude, that's awesome.
So
that's pretty good, dude. You want to see something else that's amazing? Okay, watch this right here. It's on the stairwell right now. See, it moves over a little bit, and he's not moving. But then, poof, it's gone.
And that's not a shadow because there's no underlight coming up to you guys.
No, when we were up there doing it, it was on the stairs looking at us.
See this thing moving?
Now look at the very top.
Was that just leaning over right there?
Yes.
Watch, you're gonna see it go up 2 flights of stairs in a matter of a couple seconds.
Oh,
Watch. Boom.
Boom.
And there it is.
Peeking right over at us. Hey, there he goes.
See? Then it moves to the right,
yep.
and that's where it will disappear.
Here it goes.
To this day, this footage is still unexplained. Many years after this legendary footage, the modern Ghost Hunters team visited once again. They made use of REM pods, small motion detectors that flash and beep when somebody passes by them, to try and identify any spirits within the tower. They placed one at the bottom of the tower and one halfway up. As they ascended, they softly called out to any spirits who might be listening, and to their surprise, the lower REM pod at the bottom of the tower sprung to life. They requested that the ghost trigger the REM pod once more, and sure enough, the lights and beeping sounds start up again. Later, when different members of the team visited the lighthouse once more, they ascended to the top of the tower with a tri-field meter, an electromagnetic field detector commonly used in ghost hunting expeditions. Upon reaching the top floor, not only did the meter begin to flicker, but a very loud bang could be heard coming from one of the lower levels of the tower, a heavy door that had been slammed shut downstairs. Meanwhile, in the trees and bushes just outside the lighthouse's main entrance, thermal imaging cameras caught no evidence that anybody had been tampering with the door when it was slammed. The Ghost Hunters team do not believe that there is any malice shown in the supposed spirits they encountered whilst visiting the lighthouse over the years, and believe it's safe for the public to visit. The clips certainly make for an eerie watch, especially that original one. But what do you think? Did the team really capture evidence of a ghost at a notoriously haunted tourist spot? And most importantly, have you ever visited the lighthouse and experienced anything strange for yourself? Creepy Mexican sound. This clip comes from Reddit user Technical Sample 4678, who uploaded what they believe may be evidence of a terrifying encounter with a ghost. In the pitch black night, a disembodied wailing voice can be heard, sounding a little too close to the camera for comfort, before suddenly transforming into a deep growling, evil-sounding voice that sends the dogs into an alarmed frenzy. Take a listen. Returning again to wailing, the video then cuts off, leaving a spine-chilling silence in its wake. It sounds as though words are being spoken in the wailing, but we cannot quite make out what's cried out. Take another listen and see if you can make anything out. The uploader, whose family sent the clip from their home in Mexico, says the police in the town have been hearing the terrifying wails for years and believe it's the infamous Weeping Woman, or La Llorona. La Llorona is a legendary figure in deeply rooted Mexican folklore, and her story varies across regions, but a common version is that she was a beautiful woman who fell in love and had children with a wealthy man. However, when he ended the relationship in favor of another woman, she became consumed by madness and despair, and resorted to horrifically drowning their children in a river. She would become consumed by guilt immediately after, realizing that she was unable to undo her crime. The legend concludes that she then drowned herself also, and her soul was left to wander the earth in perpetual sorrow. According to the legend, the spirit of La Llorona roams riverbanks, lakes, and other bodies of water, endlessly searching for her drowned children. Locals say that she wails, "Ay mis hijos," "O my children," as she mourns, which is why many fear her cries, believing they bring misfortune and woe. This is not the first time that videos reportedly showing the Weeping Woman have been captured and uploaded. In Central America, she seems to be a reasonably common occurrence, where paranormal sightings are concerned. Individuals report hearing her cries outside their homes, near to local lakes, or within woods in the dead of night. The legend has become more popularized in recent years, as stories surrounding it have evolved, and she has even inspired books, songs, and horror movies in recent years. So what do you think? Is this clip evidence of the legend of the Wailing Woman being rooted in reality, or could the sound have a less sinister explanation? Regardless of the wailing's origins, we certainly wouldn't want to hear that in person, and most definitely not in the depths of night. Ghost pushes dog. This is a pretty creepy video. It was posted by a Reddit user named DKit75 back in 2021. The title of the post, which was uploaded to the Ghost's Reddit page, states, "A few years ago, something pushed our dog across the floor while my son was playing with him. He turned around and barked at whatever it was." Now, before we show the full video, we all know our canine friends have often been thought of as having a form of extrasensory perception that allows them to see things that the human eye cannot. There are countless videos online of dogs and cats observing and reacting to sensations, images, or sounds that their owners cannot detect at first. In this particular video, there is no sound or reflection in a mirror of any ghost-like figures, which makes its authenticity all the more real. Take a look.
Give me that scoop.
The dog appears calm at first, looking behind itself as though it's heard something, but then turns to its owner and begins to wag its tail and bark in response to the uploader's playful gestures. However, a few seconds later, as though something has approached the dog, it pushes forward and the dog slides across the floor towards the camera. Startled and frightened by what has just happened, the dog turns itself around to face whatever has just touched it, but there's nothing there. The uploader notes that nothing seemed peculiar or odd at the time of the attack, but when they watch the video back, they notice the strange way their pet seemed to slide forward unwillingly. Indeed, if one watches the video on slow motion, the dog's movements are inconsistent with its natural reflexes. It certainly does look like it was jolted and or pushed in a direction that it was not moving towards naturally. But what do you think? Is this just a natural reaction, or is there something else going on here? This wasn't the first eerie incident in the house. In response to comments asking for more details, the uploader wrote, "We definitely had something else living here with us. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk out to the bathroom. I thought it was my daughter, and I went to go check on her because it was 3 a.m, but she was totally asleep up in her loft bed. What do you make of this one? Take one last look."
Give me that scoop.
Who called out? Now this story is both heartbreaking and miraculous in equal measure. It began in March 2015 when a report had come through to local police regarding a car which was apparently abandoned in the city of Spanish Fork, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City in Utah. During a search for the vehicle, officers noticed it upside down in a river, but had no idea what they would encounter next. 25-year-old mother Lynn Grossbeck was driving home from her parents' house when her red Dodge Caliber got into danger and careered off the road and into a river ditch. She died of her injuries and left her 18-month-old daughter clinging to life in the icy conditions. It's thought that Lily Grossbeck spent approximately 12 hours dangling upside down in the back seat of her mother's car as the harsh weather plummeted to near freezing temperatures. Police believe Miss Grossbeck had collided with a nearby cement barrier on a bridge, thus causing the car to spin and swerve into the river late on Friday the 6th of March. Subsequent inspections of the car showed that there were no apparent skid marks or signs of mechanical failure. Therefore, the cement barrier seemed to be the only explanation. Toxicology reports also concluded that there was no drugs or alcohol present in Lynn's system at the time. In searching the area on the Saturday morning, officers heard a scream from where the car was hanging. Officer Jared Warner told the Deseret News, "All 4 of us can swear that we heard somebody inside the car saying help." Officer Tyler Beddoes also recalled the noise by stating, "It wasn't just something that was just in our heads. To me it was plain as day, because I remember hearing a voice." Take a look at their interview.
Tyler, when you arrived on scene, what did you do?
We heard something saying, help us inside. And so it was at that point that we, said we have to get in that car now. And we all, the 4 of us, were able to push the car on its side. And that's when I looked inside and was able to see the child infant strapped in the back seat.
So you actually heard a voice calling out, "Help me." Do you know who that was?
At first we didn't know if it was someone inside the car, if it was what that voice was. We assumed, or I assumed, that it was someone in the car saying, "Help me." That's why we responded saying, "We're trying, we're going to get inside and help you, we're doing the best we can." And that was just extra motivation and to get inside the car and figure out who was in there. It wasn't until after we flipped it that we saw the mother, who we know now was deceased at the time, and the child was in the back seat. And so it wasn't until after that you really process, and we got together and we all heard the same, voice.
And Jared, you heard that voice as well?
Yes, I did. Like Officer Beddoes has said, more than one of us, of the 4 officers that were there, responded back saying, "We're here to help."
After locating the car and responding to the call of distress, they managed to flip the vehicle over onto its wheels to find Grossbeck dead in the front seat and young Lily unconscious in the back, strapped into her seat. Obviously, there was no way that Miss Grossbeck could have made the cry for help, and rescuers noted how the river waters swirled just below Lily's head, through the broken windows of the vehicle. Officer Brian DeWitt reaffirmed that the only people in there were the deceased mother and the child. Despite the mysterious distress cry, rescuers still had a job to do, and finally managed to remove Lily from the wreckage and escort her to the hospital, where she recovered from her injuries. Officer Beddoes was baffled by Lily's survival, calling it a miracle, and that she was needed for sure elsewhere. It was also reported that members of the river rescue team had to be treated for hypothermia due to the harsh conditions. The question is, who called out to the police officers to direct them to the wreckage? How could an 18-month child survive upside down after such a crash and in the coldest of temperatures? Many believe that it was the spirit of Lily's mother who drew the officers to her daughter, that even in death, she would keep her daughter safe, warm and alive until someone came to rescue her. Since that day, no one has come forward to confirm that it was them who shouted out to the officers, leaving many to truly believe in miracles. What do you make of this one? The vanishing ghost car. This video was taken on a police dashcam at some point during 1997. The ghost car clip was first investigated on the Sci-Fi Network's TV show Fact or Faked Paranormal Files, where a team of experts dissected the case in an attempt to understand what really happened. The original footage was released by police officer Wayne Daniels from his dash camera during a pursuit, whereby the assailant performs a variety of swerves, skids, and reckless maneuvers before pulling the car in a hard left direction. When Officer Daniels is able to turn his car in the same direction, he is greeted with a tall, chain-linked fence that seems to have been untouched, yet the car is on the other side of it. Take a look at this. I first saw this one many years ago. Now, in order to study the video and reenact the possibilities concerning the fence, members of Fact or Faked were determined to get to the bottom of it once and for all. The series itself was popular for its time and followed paranormal investigator Ben Hansen and his team as they facilitate all resources and specialized equipment to prove or debunk cases of the supernatural. On this particular episode, which aired on July 15, 2010, their mission was to test the various theories by physical experimentation. One of the assumptions was that the car hit a ditch, which then lifted the vehicle into the air and over the top of the fence. In order to test this theory, they employed a stuntman to go over a ditch, similar to that on the video. It barely made it over the fence. In fact, the car hit the top of the fence, making it bend. Yet in the original video, the fence was left untouched. One Reddit user noted that not only does it pass through the fence, but the backlights just disappear too. It's almost as like this is some kind of simulation. Next up was the possibility that the car went under the fence. To test this theory, the team removed some of the brackets from the top and middle of the fence in an attempt to drive their stunt car underneath. However, during the extraction of the links, the entire fence collapsed. Another attempt was made by attaching 4 fence fasteners, instead of 2, to the top of their makeshift structure, thus making it sturdier. The car was able to successfully drive underneath the fence and come out the other side relatively unscathed. It was concluded that this was the most likely explanation for the car disappearing through the chain-link fence on the video. That the driver could have been lucky enough to dip it underneath the fence, and by the time the officer's car straightened itself out, the fence had readjusted. However, although this summary is plausible, there are many who question its authenticity and believe that this was the working of the paranormal, or proof of a simulation. A glitch, if you will. What do you think? The moving chair. This piece of footage was sent in by Gateshead Paranormal, a small team of paranormal investigators who share their exploration experiences on their YouTube channel, also named Gateshead Paranormal. After having a conversation in a local pub, the owner of a residential house in Rowland Gill, Gateshead, Tyne and Wear in the north of England, invited the investigators to check out his home. He suspected he was sharing his space with some uninviting ghostly visitors and had been convinced that his house was haunted since he moved in 18 months ago. Due to strange occurrences that couldn't be explained, cupboards opened by themselves and odd events took place, such as a sauce bottle being turned on its side for no apparent reason, and his dog standing and staring into space, which was unusual behaviour, as he never did that in his previous home. While on the 16th of August 2015, the investigators set up their specialist equipment, and at around 10:20 PM, one of the investigators asked the spirits to reveal themselves. Moments later, this happened. Take a look. The team conducted research on the property before their investigation and discovered that the house had been built on woodland. They also learned that the current owner had made significant renovations to the property, which can stir up spirits. After capturing footage of a chair moving, the team were astonished. They had never recorded anything like that before. and it was the most compelling evidence that they had gathered during their investigations. So did they manage to capture the spirit that was troubling the homeowner, or could there be another more plausible explanation? What do you think? Creepy Fort Boise Military Reserve Cemetery. The Fort Boise Military Reserve Cemetery is located on a quiet slope above the city in Idaho. At first glance, it just seems like an overgrown patch of land with weathered stones, but for over a century, it has become a site where Boise's history and the supernatural intertwine. The cemetery originated from the Fort Boise Barracks burial ground, which was located near Cottonwood Creek. After floods in the early 1900s washed away graves, the recoverable remains were moved to the current hillside in 1906 and 1907. With over 200 burials, including soldiers and their families, many graves remain unmarked, leaving their occupants largely forgotten, yet still present in some way. From the beginning, tales of hauntings have surrounded the cemetery. Joggers along Mountain Cove Road report seeing a man appear and vanish as he crosses the pavement. Others have heard children playing when no one is there, or spotted a fleeting woman dressed in black among the stones. Accounts of soldiers in old uniforms also persist, often seen standing or pacing as if still on duty. After the reburial of Civil War era remains in 1998, locals noted a heightened restlessness in the cemetery. Visitors would also describe subtle experiences, such as sudden temperature drops and the sensation of being watched. Some mention a man by an old cottonwood who acknowledges the living before fading away. So when one of our awesome viewers sent us in a photograph taken at the cemetery, we took note. Take a look at this. You can see a figure along the back fence. Is this photographic proof that the sightings and legends surrounding the cemetery are actually true? What do you think? Ong's Hat. The New Jersey Pine Barrens are home to numerous abandoned villages, many of which have been deserted for decades. One of the most notorious of these ghost towns is Ong's Hat, which has become central to one of the internet's earliest conspiracy-style myths. And it's pretty creepy. Legend has it that a resident of the Pine Barrens was once a flashy young gentleman named Ong. And while his first name is unknown, Ong is an old Pine Barrens name, with one of the earliest settlers being Jacob Ong. This younger Ong was a familiar face at local dances, renowned for charming the ladies with his elegant moves and stylish attire, especially his silk hat. Today he would be known as a player. He would flirt and dance with as many women as possible. Well, one evening, one of his love interests discovered his antics, and in a fit of anger attacked him, took his hat and stomped it flat. Drunk and distraught over losing his prized hat, Ong stormed outside and threw the ruined hat into the air, where it landed high in the branches of a pine tree. The hat remained there for years, becoming a landmark by which people could find the small village, which soon became known as Ong's Hat. As industries faded and the Pine Barrens became more desolate, Ong's Hat nearly vanished from memory. Today, no one lives there, only ruins, overgrown foundations, and remnants of the past. The village might have disappeared into obscurity were it not for a strange story that surfaced in the late 20th century, a claim that Ong's Hat was a gateway to another dimension. This unusual tale is chronicled in Joseph Mathany's book, Ong's Hat, The Beginning, which is a great read for this time of the year. According to Mathany's account, the Moorish Orthodox Church of America was founded in the 1950s by jazz musicians and poets who had previously belonged to the Newark-based Moorish Science Temple. These seekers traveled widely, absorbing spiritual practices from teachers across the East. One of them, Wali Fard, returned from his journeys in 1978 and used his savings to purchase 200 acres in the New Jersey Pine Barrens, along with a group that included runaway boys from Paramus and 2 lesbian anarchists. He established the Moorish Science Ashram. Farn began publishing zeroed newsletters, proclaiming his ideas, attracting outcasts and spiritual seekers. Among them were Frank and Athlia Dobbs, 2 scientists ostracized for their radical theories. The Dobbs twins grew up in Texas within a UFO worshipping cult led by their father, so they were no strangers to life on society's fringe. After being dismissed from Princeton for submitting doctoral, these based on what they called cognitive chaos, they came to the Pines and set up a makeshift laboratory where they pursued their theories on harnessing untapped areas of the brain, to stop aging and cure disease. Their work inspired the creation of the Institute of Chaos Studies. Progress came faster than expected. Within 3 years, the scientists had developed a device known as the egg. By attaching subjects to computers and mapping their brainwaves, while experimenting with sex, drugs, and other mind-altering methods, they claimed to have learned how to control mental chaos. The 4th version of the egg was tested on one of Paramus's runaways. When activated, the boy and the machine vanished, only to reappear moments later. He supposedly insisted that he had traveled to a parallel dimension, which they declared as the opening of the gate. Apparently, when a chemical spill from nearby Fort Dix began to contaminate the Pine Barrens with nuclear waste, the Institute members decided not to flee outward, but to go inward, or rather elsewhere. Using the gate, they transported themselves and their belongings into another dimension, where Ong's hat still existed, but humanity did not. Rumors spread that their experiments led to bloodshed. Some claimed that government forces, perhaps Delta Force, or even foreign operatives, raided the compound and killed several members. Whether this was fact or fiction remains unclear. Skeptics argue that Mathany's book and the accompanying Incunabula papers, a set of strange documents he released online in the early 1990s, were an elaborate internet hoax. Mathany himself has admitted to finding and publishing these texts, although it's unclear if they existed outside of his own creation. Some insist it's nothing more than a clever hoax, while others believe he has concealed the truth within fiction to protect himself. The mystery of Ong's hat continues to this day. Was it genuinely the site of interdimensional experiments, or one of the earliest and most elaborate online hoaxes? Whatever the truth, the legend endures as one of the strangest stories to emerge from the Pine Barrens, captivating those who wonder whether fact and fiction might sometimes occupy the same space. The Seven Gables Ghost Boy. This image was taken at the historic house of the Seven Gables Mansion in Salem, Massachusetts. The house was built in 1668 and was once the home of author Nathaniel Hawthorne's cousin, Susanna Ingersoll. Hawthorne's visits to the house gave him the inspiration for his famous novel, The House of the Seven Gables. Nowadays the house is a museum that receives many visitors every year. It also has a reputation as being haunted. In 2013, visitor Lisa B. snapped a photo of the house and noticed the ghostly image of a small boy in the shrubbery, peering over the wooden fence. What is even more remarkable about this photograph is that after Lisa did some research on the house and Hawthorne's connection to it, that's when she discovered one of his lesser-known books, 20 Days with Julian and Little Bunny by Papa, a story about a time when Hawthorne was left to look after his 5-year-old son Julian for 3 weeks whilst his wife was away. She realised the portrait of little Julian on the front of the book cover bears a striking resemblance to the boy peering over the fence in her photograph. What do you think? Coincidence, hoax, stray child, or the ghost of Julian? A ghost caught on CCTV. This extraordinary footage was posted on Reddit in 2024, after it was captured on a security camera inside the uploader's home. On the right side of the video, an apparition appears to walk by, slightly blurred in motion as it moves from one room to another, before disappearing off screen. Take a look. Did you see that? For context, the poster mentions that their home is a newer build, which is not typically associated with paranormal activity. However, their roommate believes that the apparition seen in the video is actually their mother, who passed away a few months prior. The camera used to capture the footage is motion activated, which explains why the video begins with movement on screen, rather than showing a continuous recording that could have captured the initial appearance of the ghost. And although the clip is short, it's certainly eerie. Take another look. Could that be the ghost of the roommate's recently deceased mother? What do you think? John and Florence Pollock were a young couple who lived in Hexham, a small town in Northumberland, England. While in 1957, their family consisted of 2 daughters, Joanna and Jacqueline, who were 11 and 6 years old respectively. Tragedy struck on May 5th of that year, when the family's car collided with a truck on their way back from church, and both their daughters were killed instantly. Their parents, who survived the crash, were understandably shattered and devastated. Soon after the tragedy, Florence found herself pregnant again, and in October 1958, the couple welcomed twin girls, Gillian and Jennifer. The arrival of the girls brought some joy back into their lives. But not long after their birth, they began to notice strange things about the twins. They had unusual behaviors that mirrored their deceased sisters. They played with the same toys, and as they got older, Gillian, the slightly older twin, would ask about things that only her dead sister Joanna would have known. She would also point out landmarks and places that her sisters used to frequent, despite having never been there herself. The older the twins got, the more vocal they were about their memories of their sisters, and would often refer to things that they had never been told about, such as events that had happened before they were born, and even knew the names of the dolls their sisters played with. Their parents were understandably alarmed by their daughter's strange behavior and sought help from the medical community, but none of them could explain what was happening. In fact, some of the doctors dismissed the parents' concerns and suggested that the girls were simply making things up. Despite the skepticism, the Pollocks were convinced that their daughters were telling the truth. The case attracted the attention of many researchers who were fascinated by the story of the twins' alleged reincarnation, prompting pioneering researcher Ivan Stevenson to investigate the case. Stevenson met the twins and their family, interviewing them extensively. In his report, he noted that the twins had an irrational fear of cars, despite never being in a car accident. He also observed that the twins exhibited behaviors typical of their deceased sisters, such as preferring the same foods and clothes. After the twins turned 5, these incidents became less frequent, and the girls went on to lead normal lives. The Pollock twins, and the suggestion that they were reincarnated as their dead sisters, has been met with skepticism, and some have argued that the twins' behavior can be explained by a psychological phenomenon known as cryptomnesia, which occurs when a person unconsciously retrieves a forgotten memory and believes it to be a new experience. Others believe the whole thing is a hoax, and that the parents were involved in perpetrating the deception. However, the Pollock family denied this, and truly believed that their deceased sisters had been reincarnated. Regardless of the skepticism surrounding the case, the story of the Pollock twins remains one of the most intriguing examples of alleged reincarnation, and has fascinated people worldwide for decades, and despite the doubters, the story continues to capture the public's imagination. What do you make of it? A viewer's story. This next story comes from Tyler, a regular viewer of Top 5s, who wanted to share his paranormal experience with us. Tyler admits that he is a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal, but he does believe in the supernatural. However, something happened in late 2017 that changed his perspective. Around that time, tragically, his eldest cousin was killed in a motorcycle accident, and shortly after the funeral, Tyler experienced something strange one night after waking up from a deep sleep. He clearly saw a shadowy figure in one corner of his room, which then moved into his games room. Initially, Tyler didn't know what to make of the incident, but upon reflection, he strongly felt like it was his deceased cousin. This wasn't the only strange occurrence to happen, however. Both he and his grandparents had heard voices on numerous occasions in the house. On one such occasion, Tyler was in his games room when he heard something he could not explain. He couldn't determine if it was a voice or a strange noise, but it completely freaked him out, and he was so unsettled that he refused to leave his chair and had to text his grandmother to come and turn on his bedroom light. Other times, his grandparents would be sitting in the front room watching TV when they would hear voices coming from the other end of the house calling out his grandmother's name. Some voices that were familiar to her, whereas others were not. After a few months, the occurrences abruptly stopped, and Tyler wondered if it was because he hung a dream catcher in his bedroom. We'd love to know if anyone else has experienced anything strange after a relative or a friend has passed away, as we know this is quite a common occurrence. The ghost in the chair. Now, this video was uploaded by YouTuber Bob Jimlin, who creates content focused on creepy and mysterious topics. His videos are great, and he also has an awesome voice. While in 2016, Bob worked as the hotel night manager at a resort. One of his responsibilities was to check on the spa, which was located separately from the main building, to ensure that it was secure. On one particular night, shortly after he got his first iPhone, he decided to take advantage of the camera and randomly snapped photos of the empty spa. As he took these photographs, he had no idea that he had captured anything significant. In the lounge area alone, he captured the same apparition in at least 6 images. You'll see him sitting in a chair. Take a look.
And right here is the first time it appears. Seeing the chair? Let's blow it up. I may not have even noticed this had it not been for the photos to come. Empty chair, empty tables, fireplace, and again, same figure, same place, and here it is blown up to 300%. Here's the bar and the POS station, another of the bar, but here it is again, and blown up to 300%.
In several other photographs, the apparition can be seen again, and eyes appear to be glaring through the window. Take a look at this. It'll give you chills.
It wasn't until some time later that I noticed that the same figure is in several pictures, and then it wasn't until I started making this video that I noticed the figures in the window. Do ghosts have eyeshine? I'm not really sure what that light in the window is. It's definitely not something outside. There's only woods beyond the glass, but I suppose it's probably just the camera flash.
Bob was certain that he was alone. There shouldn't have been anyone else in the room at that time of night, and there was no reason for anyone to be there. So who was sitting in the chair? Bob believes it's some of the best paranormal evidence he's ever encountered. Do you agree? His full videos are well worth checking out. The Ghost Ship. The Mary Celeste, often referred to as the Ghost Ship, is one of history's greatest maritime mysteries, and although the vanishing that occurred aboard her happened over 150 years ago, it continues to be debated to this day, which is why we're revisiting this intriguing and unexplained enigma. Originally named the Amazon, the ship was renamed the Mary Celeste in 1868 after being sold to a new owner. However, maybe unbeknown to them, long before the purchase and renaming, the Amazon had already gained a reputation as a cursed vessel. It had endured the death of one captain, the sinking of another ship following a collision, and had run aground in a storm, which ultimately led to its abandonment. Her new owners were a group led by James Winchester and Captain Benjamin Briggs, who made the necessary repairs to make her seaworthy again. Briggs, a respected seafarer, chose to command her first voyage under his new ownership, sailing from New York City to Genoa, Italy. He carefully selected his crew based on experience. His first mate, Albert G. Richardson, had previously sailed with him. The second mate, Andrew Gilling, was from New York, and the 4 seamen, Volkirk and Bos Lorenzen, Arian Martens, and Gottlieb Gutschell, were Germans from the Frisian Islands. On October 20th, 1872, Briggs arrived at Pier 50 on the East River in New York to oversee the loading of 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol, which is a toxic and undrinkable cargo. Shortly afterwards, his first cousin, Sarah Cobb, who was also his wife, boarded the ship along with her baby daughter, Sophis. Their 7-year-old son was staying at his boarding school. Before departing, Briggs wrote to his mother, stating that the vessel was in fine trim and ready for a safe passage. Delayed by poor weather, the ship finally departed on November 7th, 1872. For the first 2 weeks, the Mary Celeste encountered harsh weather as it approached the Azores. They were expected to reach land days earlier, but by November 25th, Captain Briggs noted in a logbook that they were still 6 miles away from Santa Maria Island. 9 days later, on December 4th, the Dei Gratia, who left port 8 days after the Mary Celeste, following a similar route across the Atlantic, spotted a ship adrift with only 3 sails set. Captain Morehouse, a friend of Briggs, realized it was the Mary Celeste and sent his mates to investigate. They found her deserted. The sails were poorly set, rigging damaged, and ropes hung over the side. The fore and lazarette hatches were open, and the ship's main lifeboat was missing. The binocle compass housing was disturbed and its glass cover broken. About a meter of water was in the hold, and the sounding rod used to measure it lay abandoned on deck. The cargo of 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol was mostly intact, and there was a 6-month supply of food and water on board, but not a soul in sight. There were no signs of fire, violence, or struggle. Strangely, the ship seemed otherwise intact and fully sailable, with the crew's belongings, clothing, food, fresh water, and even young Sophia's toys still aboard. Under maritime law, salvage rights entitled rescuers to a share of the ship's value, so Captain Morehouse divided his crew between the two vessels and sailed both to Gibraltar, arriving on December 12th. The inquiry in Gibraltar began on December 17, 1872, and continued into March 1873, but ultimately reached no conclusion. The court considered possibilities ranging from insurance fraud and piracy to natural disasters, but in the end there was no definitive answer. Over the years, various theories have emerged regarding the fate of Mary Celeste. Some suggest mutiny or piracy, while others propose supernatural explanations, such as sea monsters or killer waterspouts. Another theory points to the barrels of alcohol on board, speculating that fumes might have caused an explosion scare, prompting an emergency evacuation. But the mystery continues, with many unanswered questions. After all, abandoning a ship in open sea is the last thing a captain would order, but was that what Captain Briggs did? And if so, why? His ship was seaworthy, it wasn't flooded or severely damaged, and they had plenty of supplies. To this day, no one knows exactly what happened on board. A viewer submission. This next story was submitted to us by one of our valued and awesome viewers, James, who shares a chilling paranormal experience involving himself, his wife, and another couple. James had been sensitive to paranormal phenomena his entire life. He regularly suffers from sleep paralysis, encounters with dream demons, and severe visual experiences with ghosts and poltergeists. However, after moving to Thailand several years ago, he seemed to attract even more spirits. In 2002, during a break, James and his wife spent 2 nights at Tub Tim Beach on Koh Samut Island with another couple who stayed in a separate elevated hut on stilts, only accessible by a wooden staircase. On their first night in the hut, James's wife had a terrifying experience. She woke up in the middle of the night to see a horrifying figure of an old hag, an elderly woman with indistinct facial features leaning over her. The woman then placed her hands on James's arm while he lay fast asleep. His wife shouted at her to go away, and to her relief, she did. Later that day, the other couple shared their own strange experience. They had awakened in the dead of night to the sound of footsteps outside their door, assuming someone was walking up the stairway leading to their hut. The man approached the door cautiously, worried that someone might be trying to break in. Meanwhile, his partners saw shadows passing by the windows, which would have been impossible since there was no walkway around the hut, except for the stairwell. When the man opened the door, however, nobody was there. The next day, while both couples were swimming in the sea, they chatted with a Thai man also staying at the resort. After sharing their stories with him, he casually mentioned that it is well known that an old hag and a child spirit haunt that area of the jungle, and told them that the previous night, the child ghost had ran through the door of his hut laughing and scaring him, although he seemed unconcerned. James pointed out that Thai people are very superstitious, and if you ever visit Thailand, you will notice coloured ribbons and clothing, usually dresses, hanging from tree trunks in the jungle all over the country. This practice is done out of respect for those who have perished in the jungle, and to support the spirits dwelling within the forest. It's considered rude and bad luck to comment on these ribbons and clothes when you first see them. There are also spirit houses, miniature houses built outside most homes, office buildings and temples. These houses provide a place for the local spirits to reside, ensuring they do not disturb the living. Incense sticks are burned atop of these spirit houses, and food offerings are made to appease them. It's unclear if the superstitions or spirit houses have any relation to what James and his wife experienced, but it's important to be aware that these items should not be disturbed if you ever visit Thailand. We'd love to hear if any of you have ever had similar incidents in Thailand. Who's that? These photographs were posted to Reddit by first-time poster Pausing God, who explains the backstory to the images. They were taken by an ex-partner about 3 years ago, and at the time she was working in a childcare centre in Victoria, Australia. He was reluctant to give the exact name, only that it was in the countryside. While on the day that these photographs were taken, Every child present in the room appeared in the photographs, and 2 of the images were captured in quick succession, making them almost identical, except that is for one eerie and still unexplained anomaly. Take a look at the first and second photographs. Tell me what you see. Can you notice that in the second photograph, behind the 2 girls in the right-hand side of the room? The photographer couldn't explain the extra person standing behind one of the children, and the childcare facility decided not to post the photos to any of their online pages, although they allowed the photographer to keep them on her phone. The uploader explained that he had visited the facility numerous times and had experienced strange voices and sounds of crying babies. Initially, he assumed that there was a rational explanation for these occurrences. However, after seeing the photos, he began to wonder what was truly going on there. The comments section quickly exploded as users pointed out that the figure in the background resembled a nun, dressed in a black habit and long robes, or potentially a woman in a hijab. Some commenters found the image so disturbing that they couldn't bear to look at it again. The picture is particularly unsettling due to the row of knives visible behind the girls. Since the photos were taken mere seconds apart, if it was a prank, the individuals involved would have had to act incredibly quickly. Others noted that it appeared that there were legs on the piece of furniture behind the 2 girls, which adds to the creepiness. Some suggested that it was not a ghost, but a demon disguised as a hollow-eyed nun. The question is, whatever or whoever it was, what was it doing in a childcare facility? Vacation party ghost. This next photo has not got a lot of attention online, but we found it particularly creepy. In 1988, a group of vacationers gathered for a farewell party at the Hotel Vier Jahrzehnstein in Murak, Austria. To commemorate the occasion, they decided to take a photograph. One shot was taken without a flash, and when the film was developed, it revealed a blurry, oversized head that none of the guests recognized. A second photograph was taken using the flash, and in this version, the anomaly was absent. Take a look. The unexpected photobomber in the first image is clearly a woman, but who is she? This strange anomaly quickly caught attention and was speculated to be a ghostly presence. The image has been studied over the years, with some suggesting that there might be natural reasons for the phenomenon. Common explanations for such anomalies include camera straps or hair drifting close to the lens, light reflections, or other minor obstructions that can create ghostly shapes when captured on film. Pareidolia also offers a plausible explanation, but if this is the case, why is it not visible in the second photograph? We wish we had more information about the individuals present and their backgrounds, particularly to see if any of them had experienced a recent bereavement, but we've been unable to contact them. If this photograph is not a hoax and has not been tampered with, it appears to us to be one of the clearest examples of an imposter ghost that we have ever encountered. What do you think of it? Ningen caught on camera. In 2023, a video started circulating online, claiming to show a legendary Japanese cryptid called the Ningen. The video features a large creature with a round head and huge bulbous eyes, along with 2 flippers that it seems to be using to shuffle itself along the ocean bed. Take a look. Several viewers pointed out that the date displayed in the video's corner appears to be in the future by several months. However, this observation is more likely due to the date formatting used in Japan, where they use year, month and day. Therefore, it indicates that the video was shot in 2010, and after conducting some research, we can confirm that the footage is indeed several years old. However, despite the age of the video, the creature appears to remain unidentified to this day, furthering speculation that it may indeed be the mythical Ningen. The legend surrounding the Ningen began on the Japanese online forum website 2chan. It was claimed that members of a whale-searching ship witnessed the creature surfacing near their ship off the Antarctic coast. Initially, the crew thought it was a submarine and went to take a closer look, but the object vanished into the waves. In 2005, Google Earth captured what many people believe was a ningen in the Southern Ocean. However, many skeptics think that the creature was actually an iceberg that coincidentally looked like the sea monster. The ningen is a creature that has two main forms. The first one is a large aquatic animal, similar in size to a whale, with a humanoid face, big limbs, and mostly white in colour. The second, less common description portrays it as a much smaller terrestrial organism, consisting of little more than a large head, with a slit-like mouth and small eyes, that walks on humanoid legs around Antarctica. What do you think about this age-old legend? Ghost of Father. Now, this last video has a sad story behind it. It was caught on the security camera outside Norma Villa's home in Texas, United States. Norma's mother, Teresa, had recently moved in with her as she had terminal cancer, and Norma wanted to care for her in her final days. However, things had deteriorated with Teresa's health, and the pair were discussing whether it would be better if she went into hospice care. The emotional conversation prompted Norma to take a moment in another room, where she says she began talking to her late father, Leandro, who had passed away 10 years prior. But while she sat there, she got a notification on her phone, alerting her to movement that had been picked up by the security cameras on her front porch. Norma went to check the footage, expecting it to be a cat or some other animal, but what she saw was this. Norma showed her mother, and the first thing she said was, "They're coming for me." Still baffled by the footage, Norma showed her husband, who smiled and said that it was her dad being there for her during this difficult time. Norma now believes it was the spirit of her dad watching over her and trying to reassure her. This belief is reinforced by the fact that her dad always sat in that spot and always sat outside to smoke. Sadly, Teresa passed away in February 2020, but Norma often watches the footage and finds it comforting to think that both her mum and dad are looking down on her. The Ghost on the Road. This clip emerged in 2021 and was caught on the dashcam of a Queensland man, Mitch Kuhn, who was driving along the Hume Highway in Bardia, southwest Sydney, at around 8 PM. At the time, Mitch was in the car with his parents and was travelling back to the Gold Coast when something eerie ran out in front of his car. Take a look. Mitch believes it was a child approximately 6 years old wearing a blue coat. Shocked by what they saw and unable to stop at that moment, his mother, who was seated in the front passenger seat, called the police. And this is where things get interesting. About 45 minutes after the sighting, when Mitch was finally able to pull over, he called the local police station to offer them his dashcam footage. However, the officer who answered stated that they did not need the footage because the child had already been found. Contrary to this call, the following day, police reported that they searched the area but found no child, and no reports of a missing child in the vicinity had been logged. So what exactly did Mitch and his family witness? Commenters on the video suggest that it might have been the ghost of a small child, possibly carrying a doll or a toy. What do you think? Do you think that is a child, a ghost, or is there a more sinister explanation? Why did the police lie about finding the child? Something seems strange here. Apart from the information we just shared, we cannot find any more about this story. Ghost on CCTV. Reddit user LastMammoth895 was at work when their phone notified them of movement on the nanny cam set up in their home, so they took a look. At first, all appears peaceful, with their two dogs lying comfortably and no suggestion of anything untoward. However, soon after, this happened. Did you hear that voice and see the internal door opening? It's important to note that only the dogs were in the house at the time, and it's clear that both heard something as they instantly reacted, with the dog closest to the door rushing away, while the other jumped off the couch. seemingly prepared to confront whoever might enter. However, nothing did. The uploader says that they are unsure whether the voice sounds like it's saying higher or tire, while other commenters claim to hear lay down or wake up, as though it's talking directly to the dogs. What do you hear? Despite experiencing some previous strange occurrences in the house, the poster says they personally are skeptical and can usually debunk any activity, but this one stumped them. What do you think's going on here? A demon figure in the window. The Amon's haunting case, often called the Gary Demon House haunting, is one of the most infamous alleged cases of possession and supernatural activity in recent American history. It began in November 2011, when Latoya Ammons moved with her 3 children and her mother, Rosa Campbell, into a modest rental home on Carolina Street in Gary, Indiana. Soon after they settled in, they began to notice unsettling occurrences. Swarms of large black flies appeared in the home, despite the winter cold. Heavy footsteps echoed through rooms, even when no one was inside of them, and wet boot prints mysteriously appeared on the floor. Campbell also recalled seeing shadowy figures pacing at night. The disturbances grew more violent, and Amon's children began to display disturbing behavior. During a sleepover, one child was said to have levitated above a bed, witnessed by relatives. Another growled, spoke in a deep, unnatural voice, and rolled his eyes back until only the whites were visible. But the most notorious event occurred on April 2012, at Methodist Hospital in Gary, when Amon's 9-year-old son was examined by staff and social workers. In the presence of a nurse and a Department of Child Services case manager, the boy reportedly walked backward up a wall to the ceiling before flipping over and landing on his feet. Both the nurse and the care worker signed sworn statements attesting to what they saw, and their reports became part of state records. The case quickly drew in police, social workers, and eventually the Catholic Church, and Gary Police Captain Charles Austin, a veteran officer, admitted that he was deeply shaken after visiting the home. Officers on the scene reported strange malfunctions with their equipment, including radios and recorders failing without cause. One described seeing an oily, sticky substance dripping from blinds that reappeared even after being cleaned. Others reported hearing strange noises and feeling an oppressive heaviness throughout the house. This image, allegedly taken by a Hammond Police Department officer, appears to show someone or something staring out of the window. It later came to light that police told Ammons that a young boy had been brutally murdered on the block after she told them her son had been talking to a boy in the house who said he did bad things. Things got so bad that Father Michael Magino, a local Catholic priest, conducted an investigation and later performed several exorcisms on the house and one on Ammons. Because of the increasingly bizarre reports and concern for the children, the Department of Child Services temporarily removed them from Ammons' custody. And psychologists suggested that stress and family dysfunction could explain the children's behavior, something that was dismissed by those who had witnessed inexplicable things in the house. Eventually in 2012, the Ammons family moved to Indianapolis, after which the events were said to have stopped, and she regained custody of her children. The story gained national attention in 2014 when the Indianapolis Star published an in-depth investigation. Soon after, paranormal investigator Zach Bagans purchased the house for $35,000. He spent months documenting his own investigation and claimed to experience nightmares, sudden illnesses, and even temporary blindness while working inside. His documentary Demon House included witness interviews, footage of his investigation, and his conclusion that the property was dangerously haunted. In 2016, Bagans demolished the house, stating that it was a portal to hell and too dangerous to remain standing. Today, the Ammons haunting remains a topic of controversy. Supporters point to the unusual convergence of police testimony, medical records, and church involvement as rare validation of paranormal activity. However, skeptics argue that the events can be explained by psychological stress, suggestion, and embellishment, and they emphasize that no physical evidence of supernatural forces was ever produced. What do you make of this one? We could probably do a deep dive investigation into this, so let us know if you'd enjoy that. EMT sees a ghost. The following footage was uploaded to TikTok by Tennessee EMT Japrin. He and his partner were on their way back to the base in their ambulance when Japrin caught a chilling sight in the rearview mirror. Something or someone was moving in the back. Terrified, the pair abandoned the vehicle, leaving its lights still flashing as they bolted down the road. Take a look at the footage they captured and the genuine terror in Japrin's voice as he attempts to get back into the ambulance.
I'm not sure how to talk about this, but well, first off, I've been an EMT just for a little bit, and like I ain't never experienced nothing like this. So as we driving back to base, I swear I seen a face in the rearview mirror. Like,
Tell me as soon as you can.
I need to turn this engine off though, cause like we're gonna be stranded out here.
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Oh, shit.
Hey, thank you.
I'm not trying to go back near this truck.
As you can see, whatever was present caused him to flee again, and what happens next seems to confirm his fears.
I don't know if you see it, but can y'all see that back door? Like, it just, oh shit. Like it just flew open, like, can y'all, oh. Nah, what the
It's hard to see, but the back of the ambulance door appeared to open on its own. Some people believe this is the unseen hands of a former patient. Now, this isn't the first time a spirit has lingered in an ambulance. After all, these vehicles carry the injured, the dying, and sometimes those who do not survive the journey. In many traditions, when death happens quickly or in a state of turmoil, it's believed that the spirits linger. They are restless and unsettled, unable to move on from the trauma of their demise. So is this what happened to Japri and his colleague? Some believe this is a hoax. Others believe this is one of the genuine ones. What do you think? The San Antonio's Railroad Children. Now this is a creepy story. It's the legend of San Antonio's Railway Children, and it centers on a tragic accident said to have occurred in the 1930s or 1940s near the city's south side. According to the story, a school bus carrying children stalled on the railroad tracks at the intersection of Shane Road and Villamain Road, just south of San Antonio. The bus driver noticed a train barreling towards them and rushed to get the children off the bus, but there was not enough time and the train crashed into the bus, killing 10 of the students along with the driver. In another version of this incident, the bus driver is a nun driving the children home from a field trip. As the bus stalls on the tracks, the nun makes a desperate attempt to start the bus, but before she could, the train slammed into it, splitting the vehicle in half. She was thrown through the windshield and survived, but all the children were killed instantly. A few weeks later, overwhelmed by grief and guilt, the nun supposedly returned to the site of the accident. Unable to carry on with life, she decided to end it and parked her car on the tracks, waiting for a train. When it finally came, rushing towards her, just as it had that night, she suddenly heard the faint voices of children, and her car began to move forward, as though unseen hands were pushing it from behind. It rolled into safety, just as the train thundered past. Stunned, the nun got out, expecting to thank someone for saving her, but there was no one there. As she looked back at her car, She saw small handprints pressed into the trunk. In that moment, she understood. The spirits of the children she had lost had saved her. From then on, she devoted her life to helping others, opening a school for orphans where she taught until her death. Now, over the years, this tragedy has become the foundation for one of San Antonio's most enduring ghost stories. Locals believe that if a car is stopped on the tracks at this site, it will mysteriously be pushed to safety by the unseen hands of the lost children. Drivers who test this spot often sprinkle baby powder on their bumpers or trunks, and later claim to find small handprints left behind, as the spirits of the children pressed against the car to help move it. Despite its popularity, researchers have found little historical evidence to confirm that such a bus crash ever happened in San Antonio. Newspaper archives and public records do not show a mass death of schoolchildren at the site, and some historians suggest that the story may have been transplanted from a documented 1938 bus train collision in Salt Lake City, Utah, in which more than 20 children were killed. Regardless, the railroad children legend, though lacking concrete evidence, remains a key part of San Antonio folklore. It attracts curious locals and tourists who want to explore the story. This one weaves together elements of superstition, grief, and the eerie atmosphere of an isolated crossing, making it one of the city's most famous ghost stories. I'd love to know if any of you have ever visited the site. The Ghost of Boot Hill Cemetery. This photograph is known as the Ghost of Boot Hill Cemetery. It was taken in 1996 at Boot Hill Graveyard in Tombstone, Arizona. This burial ground is famous for its ties to the Old West and the gunfight at the OK Corral, and the name Boot Hill comes from the idea that many of those buried there died with their boots on, implying they met a violent or unnatural death. The photograph in question was captured by Ike Clanton, a descendant of the Clanton family, who was conducting an Old West-style photo shoot among the cemetery's weathered gravestones. In the developed picture, a clear and unexpected figure appeared behind the subject, the faint semi-transparent image of a man dressed in period clothing, standing as though he was part of the scene. Clanton insisted that no such person was present at the time the photograph was taken. He later looked more closely at the photo and decided the figure was in fact holding a knife, with the point ending just above his collar. Even stranger, it seems like the figure is buried from the stomach down. The photograph quickly gained notoriety because of its setting and the clarity of the supposed apparition. For many paranormal enthusiasts, it was unusually compelling. The figure was proportionate, naturally posed and semi-transparent. Given Boot Hill's reputation for restless spirits, the picture was embraced by some as evidence of a haunting. Skeptics, however, offered a natural explanation, such as double exposure. Others suggest that the image could have been deliberately staged, pointing to the clarity and positioning of the figure. However, no conclusive proof of fraud has ever been found, and if not manipulated, it stands among the clearest examples of alleged ghost photography in modern times. Over the years, the image has been scrutinized, analyzed, and featured in paranormal television programs. Whether regarded as evidence of the supernatural or a clever photographic trick, the Ghost of Boot Hill Cemetery endures as one of the most famous ghost photographs of the late 20th century, a story that blends the haunted reputation of Tombstone with enduring fascination over life, death, and the possibility of lingering spirits. What do you make of this one? Police station's eerie encounter. The following incident was captured on CCTV inside a Malaysian police station late at night. 3 police officers are seen chatting around the reception desk when they hear a noise, followed by one of the doors swinging open. Moments later, the nearest glass entrance door flies open with tremendous force, slamming back against its hinges and breaking the doorframe. Meanwhile, the first door begins to close slowly, appearing seemingly unaffected. Take a look.
Cik dengan siapa, Cik? Cik dengan siapa? Ramai. pihak volume tak ada dapat feedback kan? Ada tak initiative dari cik sendiri ni volume dia nak hari balik dengan okey, lepas tu kata apa? Masih lagi dalam kesakan? Jadi report ni cik nak tunjuk pada pihak volume dia nanti.
The officers were understandably concerned as they checked both inside and outside, but they found no evidence of weather conditions that could explain such a powerful reaction. For a human to achieve such force, they would need to either attach a rope to the door's handle or possess considerable strength to slam the door. The doors are made of thick glass and designed to withstand turbulent weather and heavy daily use. Now, some have suggested that a rope attached to a vehicle could be the explanation. However, this seems unlikely. The police officers did not react to any specific threat outside the doors. Otherwise, they would have likely drawn their weapons or confronted any potential culprits. Furthermore, the individuals would have had to open the far door and then close it slowly, which seems pointless given the gravity of their other actions. Various theories have been proposed to debunk the clip, including high winds, pranksters, changing in pressure, and even claims that it was a hoax. However, none of these theories have been validated. The officers' reactions appeared genuinely shaken and confused. It's also important to note that they would have had to damage the expensive doors of their own police station in the process, making such an explanation less likely. What do you make of this one? What is this figure? This piece of footage was captured by a Ring camera in the middle of the night and was shared on Reddit by a user named IndividualInsect722. They reported waking up to a notification from their camera. Upon reviewing the footage, they were shocked to see what was lurking in front of their house. Take a look. The figure or apparition dressed in a long white gown can be seen moving oddly about the front of the uploader's home, going back and forth and even twirling at one point. Many viewers have compared its appearance to the famous Fresno Walker video, which captured eerie two-legged entities in 2007. The poster claims that their house is located in a remote area with no nearby neighbours or passers-by. Opinions on the authenticity of the video are divided. Some believe it to be real, while others argue that it may have been staged too easily. What do you make of this one? Unfortunately, we have no more information, and despite trying to research the topic in more depth, we were not able to find out any more. The Toys R Us Ghost. Back in the 80s, there was a documentary-style human interest show called That's Incredible that aired on the ABC television network. Hosted by John Davidson, Fran Tarkenton, and Kathy Lee Crosby, the show explored remarkable human feats and paranormal phenomena. One of the more memorable episodes aired in September 1981 during the third season, featuring psychic Sylvia Brown at a supported haunted Toys R Us store in Sunnyvale, California. In this segment, a voiceover describes how a ghost is said to play with the toys after closing time, accompanied by a recreation involving a Godzilla doll. Research revealed that the store was built on the site of the former home of settler Martin Murphy, which stood in the late 1800s. A preacher named John Yerney Johnson, who occasionally resided on this property, reportedly fell in love with Murphy's daughter Elizabeth, although she paid no attention to him. Sadly, after accidentally injuring his leg while chopping wood, Johnson tragically bled to death when no one realized he had injured himself. Brown claimed that it was John who was the spirit haunting the store, and had allegedly captured what they believed to be photographic evidence of the haunting in 1978, leading That's Incredible to reunite them for another seance. At that moment, Brown was conducting her seance. Photographs were being taken, one which allegedly captured this using an infrared camera. This image did not appear in the photographs taken with a standard high-speed camera during that time. Now, the authenticity of this footage, and whether it's genuinely paranormal, remains a topic of debate. Many questions arise, such as why a ghost who lost his leg would be feeling playful in the first place. But for a time it made the Sunnyvale Toys R Us a paranormal landmark. Store manager Charles A. noted that the store is still recognized as the haunted Toys R Us, and customers frequently ask him about the haunting and whether he has seen a ghost. He had this to say: "If it were here, it hasn't done me any harm. I don't really believe in that stuff anyway." The question is, do you? Ghost Adventures EVP. In Ghost Adventures House Calls, the team investigate paranormal activity in the homes of ordinary people. In the first episode of Season 3, titled Sinister Sin City, the team and the homeowner come up against something seemingly demonic. In the episode, Zach Bagans and his team respond to an urgent case in Las Vegas, where a man named Joe had reached out to them in desperation, convinced that his ex-wife Rachel is under the influence of demonic possession. What made the situation even more alarming is that their teenage daughter Bella, who lived with her mother, was also caught up in the supernatural turmoil, making the case both personal and dangerous. One night, things had gotten so bad, Bella had called her dad in a panic, reporting that her mother was acting out of character, with glazed over eyes and behavior that suggested possession. The situation got so bad that Joe had to restrain Rachel while Bella read from the Bible aloud. Bella was so frightened by her mother's behavior that she started carrying holy water with her. The Ghost Adventures team made their way to the house. Upon arrival, they met Bella and Rachel outside, as they had recently moved out due to the activity. As soon as the team went inside the house, their ultraviolet camera battery drained, and within seconds, a surge of activity triggered their equipment, with the team sensing a malevolent energy in the space. Overwhelmed by the intensity, Bella decided to leave the house. Rachel claimed that the entity was attacking Bella and screamed in her ear, insisting that it owned her, and she had been choked and scratched by the unseen force. When Zach entered Rachel's bedroom, he believed he saw a quick flash of a little girl, and Rachel confirmed that she often saw a girl at the foot of her bed. As they all gathered in the bedroom, tensions rose, and the team believed that they were witnessing Rachel being taken over by the entity before their eyes. Zach handed Rachel rosary beads in an attempt to rid her of the entity, but she became increasingly distressed. The team questioned the entity about what it wanted and demanded that it leave the house. On one of their devices, they detected something hovering above Rachel's head and believed the entity was trying to possess her. Unbeknownst to them at the time, they had also captured a terrifying voice on their recorders. Take a listen.
Oh, the hell? No way. What? Dude, I heard that from the other room. What was that?
Let's let her listen to this.
That was insane.
Do you want to sit on your bed? It's kind of disturbing, but I need you to listen to this.
Holy crap.
Do you think that's demonic? After conducting further investigations, they attempt to make the demon leave and begin communicating with it using a bell in the kitchen. They also experience spikes in their electromagnetic meter, a door opening on its own, and an anomaly on their XLS camera when they filmed Rachel. All in all, Zach concludes that the entity is posing as a little girl and has formed an attachment to Rachel, and that the activity is mainly focused in the bedroom. Despite their efforts to rid the house of the demon, Zach and the family believe the only way to eliminate the entity is through an exorcism, which Zach says that he will arrange. Take one last listen to the chilling audio, and think about how you would react if you had this presence living in your home.
Do you want to sit on your bed? It's kind of disturbing, but I need you to listen to this.
Holy crap.
The Haunted Airbnb. When the uploader of this clip rented an Airbnb in Tucson, Arizona, the last thing they expected to capture was a strange ghostly experience. Walking around just filming the apartment and their friends, the original poster had just returned from a basketball game, crashing and eating food, when an upturned shoe turns over, seemingly of its own accord. The uploader is naturally confused, as is their dog, who even prior to this strange event is already transfixed and staring at the shoe, as if watching something. Take a look.
You look down.
Oh, shit. Busted.
I freaking wish I could have stayed there so much longer. Oh my god. This happens to me every time.
Whoa.
What?
Nothing.
Now, some were quick to point out that the shoe was already balanced delicately, and so either gravity or a disturbance of footsteps on the floor rolled it right side up. Further, they questioned the motive. Why would a ghost choose to perform such an insignificant act as this over something more substantial? Others contend the clear movement of the shoe is too much for gravity, and looks instead like it's been physically knocked or tipped, and that ghosts who have a lack of energy will often perform mundane or insignificant acts as a way to garner attention. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, we were unable to find any more details surrounding the exact location of the Airbnb, and we do not know if the uploader of the video experienced anything else during their stay there. If it is authentic, then it's pretty strange. Based on our experience of watching thousands of ghost videos, sometimes the simplest videos are often the real deal, and the elaborate footage with tons of backstory are the fake ones. What do you make of this one? Faces in the water. What do you see here? This image was taken over the edge of the SS Watertown, an oil tanker, in January of 1925. Despite the poor quality of the image, you can clearly see what looks like two men's faces bobbing in the water, seemingly staring expressionless as the ship passes by. It's creepy, but wait until you hear the backstory. Not long before this photograph was taken, two sailors aboard the SS Watertown were supposedly killed in a maritime accident. That's when the crew started to see what looked like faces of the two men in the water, vacant and silent, following the vessel as it moved. Between trips, the crew on board the boat would tell people on the shore about their encounter with what they believed to be the ghosts of their fallen crewmates, but nobody believed them. The captain, determined to prove his men right, brought his camera with him the next time they set sail, and managed to snap a photo when the ghost inevitably appeared, which is when he captured the famous photograph. The photo has since gone down in history as one of the eeriest paranormal images on record, and has appeared in documentaries, paranormal books, and supposedly a copy of it was printed out and hung in the head office of City Services, the company in charge of planning the SS Watertown's routes. While many soon believed the captain and his men, others proved skeptical, believing it to be a case of pareidolia, the innate human tendency to see faces in inanimate objects. Blake Smith, a paranormal researcher, has spent over 10 years researching this photo, a job that has taken him deep into the archives surrounding the SS Watertown and City Services. After a lengthy search, he found that the original photo had been cropped from a much larger image, showing the SS Watertown sailing through a storm at sea. In the larger image, the two ghostly faces can faintly be seen towards the top right of the scene, amidst the sea foam battering the hull. Smith believes that while the left face is an example of pareidolia, the right face may have been edited into the image, perhaps to scare people. In the zoomed-in version, he has suggested that the faces were edited to look more like ghostly, disembodied heads. Some disagree and believe that this is living proof of the paranormal. But what do you think? Haunted House. Phil Koch is the owner of a small YouTube channel of the same name that's been around for many years. Well, he uploaded a creepy video to his account in 2008 as part of an ongoing investigation into supposed paranormal activity within a house in Wisconsin. Strange noises had been heard in the house, including voices, banging and footsteps, and objects would often move. Phil had seen the curtains open seemingly on their own on multiple occasions before filming the video, and would often witness doors open and close without being pushed. While he does not live there himself, the house was unoccupied by residents at the time of filming, and interestingly, he claims that 3 people had died at the property over a recent 5-year period. The clip we're going to share is just 2 minutes long, but covers the course of 10 minutes in the house's living room. Phil set up a camera facing the wardrobe, window and dining table, and then left the house. You can see the headlights of his car reversing out of the driveway through the living room window at the back, and he came to collect the camera the following morning. Take a look. Before he had even left the premises, strange occurrences began. What sounds like faint snoring can be heard coming from behind the camera. As nobody was living there at the time of the recording, this is certainly unusual. The snoring sound continues with varying levels of volume across the remainder of the clip. Also, just after Phil leaves the premises, a series of short, clattering noises can be heard coming from somewhere off screen. He has interpreted these as being either objects being moved around in the home behind the camera, or even disembodied footsteps. Shortly after, we get a visual piece of evidence within the house, as the wardrobe door opens towards the window. Of course, nobody can be seen pulling it, and no strings or ropes can be seen attached to the handle. Many believe this is proof that a poltergeist resides in this house. Phil has since uploaded a series of videos exploring other haunted locations across Wisconsin, and they're pretty terrifying, but we'll save those for another video. Mermaid on video. This strange video was uploaded in 2022 to YouTube by a user known as Informing Masses. At just over 2 minutes in length, it begins with grainy footage of a mangrove beach in an undisclosed tropical part of the world. The person recording begins to approach a tree stump with roots splayed out around it, and an abnormal, vaguely human shape laid out in front. The person behind the camera crouches to ground level, and we start to see what looks like an emaciated corpse of a person lying on their belly, with their head slightly raised. The camera pans to the left, and we then see the person's whole body, only they seem to have what looks like a mermaid's tail, rather than a pair of human legs. Take a look. Pretty weird, right? The supposed mermaid even has a series of spines and scales along the back, and a pair of hands that end in spindly frog-like digits. To this day, the video has not garnered much attention from viewers, but those that have commented seem to believe that if this is a hoax, it's a good one. The most likely explanation for this video would be that the mermaid in question is part of an art installation, or that it has been intricately put together as a prank, or is potentially a prop that has been washed up. But many others are convinced that it's a real mermaid. What do you think? Haunted house in Kalamazoo. Stephanie, one of our awesome viewers, sent this one in, and it's not been shared before, so you're hearing this for the first time. Here is her story. Everyone always knew that Stephanie's aunt's house in Kalamazoo, Michigan was haunted. Her parents had stayed there for a short period of time, right after she was born, and both her mum and dad witnessed a rocking chair start rocking on its own, then suddenly stop dead. From then on, they were convinced that they were not the only ones in the home. Fast forward to when Stephanie's aunt died, and the family had to pack up and clear the house. That's when they heard something coming from the basement. At first, she thought maybe a cat was trapped, so decided to go down there to let it out. However, there was no cat down there. Shortly after, I'm pretty scared at this point, Stephanie's stepfather was in the basement moving boxes. When he finished moving them, he heard a male voice behind him say "phew," but he was the only one down there. Later, he was looking at jar lids all nailed to the ceiling of an old workspace, and said to himself, "Nice." Again, the same male voice said, "Yup." He turned around, but no one was there. Fast forward about a week, and Stephanie loaned her mum a digital recorder, and she left it on after showing her mum how to use it. After realizing the device had been recording, they listened back out of curiosity, and the recorder had picked up something strange. Take a listen. The female voice is Stephanie's mum, and the male voice is unknown. You can hear Stephanie's mum say, "If I break it, I buy it," but at the same time you hear a male voice say 4 words. "Be warned, he knows." Take another listen. A few months later, a local paranormal team came in and did an investigation on the house before it was sold. They uploaded their investigation to YouTube. Take a look at some of the things they captured. We'll put a full link to the video in the description.
See? It was on metal. It wasn't on like the wall, it was on metal.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Alright, it's right
It
here
touched
in
you,
this
didn't
corner.
it? Yeah. You heard it too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This corner.
No, over here in the hallway.
Over here, there's something in the hallway.
There's something in the hallway creeping. I know I heard it, and he heard it at the same time I did. Because we both turned.
Come on. Come on now. Right up here? Yeah. That's above the floor. Who's up here? Did you guys just drop something on the floor? Did you guys hear that? No, that wasn't us. Nobody
It was like right here in this corner, and I could have sworn it was downstairs.
Pretty creepy. Ghost touches hair. This video is certainly a strange one. It was filmed from an indoor security camera and shows 3 people mundanely going about their day, with no apparent paranormal activity present, until you look a little closer. On the left of the screen, the woman suddenly appears confused, checking over both shoulders as though looking for someone who isn't there. When zoomed in, something unseen seems to pull on her hair, not particularly hard, but more in a playful manner, almost childlike, and the woman looks genuinely puzzled. She half-heartedly announces, "Alright you guys, we have a ghost in here." Take a look. The uploader maintains that no other strange activity has happened since, and skeptics were quick to point out that they think it's the ceiling fan that's blowing her hair, despite it moving in the opposite direction. What do you think? Rogers Cemetery. This next video comes from a ghost hunting channel called Para3vident, who put together videos from their ghost hunting trips across various places in the US. The team members are Bandy, Tobbs, and Ree, and they use a variety of ghost hunting tools to try and get validation from the spirit world, and prove once and for all that there is life after death. Bandy from the team contacted us, and we asked him of all the ghost hunting videos they had done, which one was the most convincing. He sent us a couple of suggestions, but the one that we think is the most interesting was filmed in Rogers Cemetery in Arkansas during a midnight tour of the graves. Now, we did a deep dive of research into this cemetery and found nothing remarkable, although it is particularly old. It's a large city-managed cemetery with approximately 2,500 grave sites. There is no reported paranormal activity until now. The team initially used a variety of equipment to try and make contact with the dead with little success. That was until they honed in on a couple of infant graves using a kinetic SLS camera, and something extraordinary happened. For those who are unaware of this piece of equipment, it supposedly detects spirit forms that cannot be seen with the naked eye. It has an infrared light projector with a monochrome CMOS sensor that shows everything as dots arranged in 3D formation. The software sees people or ghosts by recognizing joints and movements, then these show up on the screen as stickmen. Take a look at this.
Yeah. Up, up. Babe.
Holy crap, what is that?
They're sitting down.
Trying to crawl out of the grave.
Hello. We can see you.
Can you say something, Jack? Or Daniel? You weren't alive long enough. I know you can't say anything. He lived one day.
It looked like somebody sitting on the ground.
One day.
Where'd you go?
You're moving about this shit?
No, I looked over and it moved. Up, up.
Same spot. Are you trying to crawl out of the grave?
Maybe they're just sitting there looking.
Laying, kind of leaning.
I need to get him in focus. Oh.
Now, we do not know how accurate or believable these cameras are, although a lot of ghost hunters use them, and it's definitely picked something up. Whether it was the image of the restless dead children, we'll leave for you to decide. Check out Para3vidence channel via the link in the description. The Ghost of Combermere Abbey. Combermere Abbey was originally a Cistercian monastery established in 1133. It later became a Tudor manor and was remodeled in the Gothic style in 1820 for Viscount Combermere, who was one of Wellington's favourite generals. The second Lord Combermere passed away in 1891, and his funeral took place on December 5th at St Margaret's Church in Wrenbury. During this time, Sybil Corbett, whose sister Lady Sutton was renting the abbey for herself and her siblings, took a photograph of the magnificent Combermere Library using a long exposure camera. The house was particularly quiet when the photo was taken, as most of the family and staff were attending the funeral. Corbett recorded that the exposure of the photograph took around 1 hour. While when the photograph was developed a year later, Sybil discovered something unexpected: a transparent image of a man's upper body sitting in one of the library chairs. Lord Combermere's children noted that the apparition appeared to resemble their late father, and the chair where the spectre appeared was indeed his favourite. Is it possible that the ghost of Lord Combermere was settling down for some peace and quiet in his favourite spot in the library, while his body was being buried 4 miles away? Some have attempted to dispute the validity of this photograph, suggesting that the long exposure could create a transparent figure if a man sat down briefly and then left the chair, which it very well could have. They argue that a servant could have walked in, sat down and swiftly exited once he noticed the photograph was being taken. However, Sybil pointed out that very few men were in the house at that time, as most were attending the funeral. Additionally, the clothing worn by the men present did not match the outfit seen in the image. The second Lord Combermere was run over by a horse-drawn carriage, causing severe injuries to both legs, and although he was expected to recover, he unexpectedly passed away a few weeks later. I want you to keep this in mind when looking at the photograph, as his legs do not appear to be there. I don't know about you, but this one really does seem like the real deal. Let me know your thoughts on this one in the comments below. The Cemetery Ghost. When a loved one passes away, many people seek signs or messages from them for comfort. These signs can appear in various forms, such as vivid dreams where the departed offer reassurance or expressions of love. Others may notice familiar songs playing at just the right moment, or scents that remind them of the person. Some individuals even experience a guiding inner voice that reinforces their belief in the afterlife. While there's a paranormal encounter that was shared on Reddit that is particularly strange. A user recounted a visit to their deceased mother's grave. As they knelt at the tombstone, they asked for a sign that she was still with them. When there was no response, they expressed their love for her and began to walk away. Just a few steps later, a silver windmill on a nearby grave caught their eye. Take a look.
Okay, the blue ones were not spinning at all. Mom, are you with me? Spin fast. The blue ones were not moving at all. At all. It's not a windy day. It's not a windy day. Look at the branches.
Now what makes this one unusual is there was no wind or breeze at the time, which can be seen in the video by the stillness of the trees. So was this a sign from a deceased relative, or is there another explanation? What do you think? Grandma's ghost. In 2021, Gwendolyn Shorter, a beloved grandmother, passed away at the age of 87 after a battle with breast cancer. Her family was devastated by her loss, and like many grieving families, they sought signs that her spirit was still with them. Well, one day while cleaning out her grandmother's old house, her granddaughter Natalie glanced out of the window and noticed what she believed to be her late grandmother's face in a cloud formation. Natalie took a photograph in which a face is clearly visible. Later, Natalie reflected, saying, "I thought, wow, it was so unreal. It felt symbolic. It was as if she was saying, you're doing the right thing in clearing the house. We had decisions to make." Natalie strongly believes that her grandmother was looking down from heaven. This sighting has provided comfort to Natalie and her family as they grieve the loss of their beloved grandmother, who had 9 grandchildren and 11 great-grandchildren, and was described as the queen of the family. It's not uncommon for families who have lost loved ones to see faces of the deceased in various everyday objects. This phenomenon is known as pareidolia, and while some researchers suggest it may be due to the human's brain innate ability to detect faces from birth, others believe it results from our brain's tendency to find meaning in random images. However, there are those who believe that it's the spirit of the deceased trying to let them know that they are fine. We'd love to hear if you have any similar experiences with something like this. The Old Wheeler Hotel. Located just over 4 miles from Manzantia Beach on the northern Oregon coast, the Old Wheeler Hotel stands on the site of the original building that burned down, with the current structure being rebuilt in the 1920s. By the 1930s, it had fallen into disrepair and was purchased by Dr. Henry Reinhardt, who established a well-known arthritis clinic. After the clinic relocated in the 1980s, renovations for the hotel began, but these were plagued by strange occurrences. The new owners, Winston and Mariana Laszlo, reported a series of disasters they attributed to a troubling presence in the building. Eventually, as the renovations continued, the activity subsided. Paranormal experts note that spirits often react negatively to changes in their environment, causing disruptions. The couple experienced many unexplained events, including Winston seeing a mysterious man in a mirror, only for him to vanish when he turned around. One of the most famous ghost stories is about Room 3, where an unexplained indentation appears on the bed each time it's made. The ghost, known as Walter, seems to enjoy television, as the set occasionally turns on at night, playing black and white movies on a non-existent channel. Paranormal investigators have documented unusual activity in that specific room. Take a look. The current owner believes that the ghostly visitors are former patients of the Reinhardt Clinic. These individuals arrived in significant pain, but left with a sense of relief, which is why they are thought to have returned in spirit to the place where they felt most comfortable and happy. There are believed to be as many as 4 friendly spirits within the hotel. One employee reported feeling someone gently place a hand on her head while she was cleaning the stairs. The owner has also had her own ghostly encounter while painting the lobby. After she said goodbye to the last guest of the day and returned to her work, she suddenly heard music coming from the old Victrola in the upstairs office. When she later asked her employee why the Victrola was playing, she discovered that no one had been in the office at that time, and there were no other guests in the building. Despite these eerie occurrences, the owners, employees, and guests generally feel comfortable with the spirit residents. They believe that they are indeed former patients of the Reinhardt Clinic. However, it's been said that the spirits that allegedly inhabit the basement are not as friendly. This area of the hotel was once used as a morgue, and it has a much darker atmosphere that makes people reluctant to go down there. Viewer submission. We'll finish off with an account sent in by one of our awesome viewers, who we'll refer to as A. Back in October 2018, A's friend told her that she believed her basement was haunted due to a series of strange paranormal events that both she and her mother had experienced there. She invited A over to record in hopes of capturing some of the activity on video. A went down into the basement alone while her friend remained upstairs with her son doing some cleaning. The family's kitten followed her, so any meowing, purring or other animal sounds on the recording came from the kitten. At the time, A didn't hear anything in the basement, but after she reviewed the footage, she heard all sorts of anomalies. Take a look.
Is that you guys? There's a lot of you, huh? Can you show me yourself? Anyway, I know that it takes a lot of energy, but just as proof that you really do exist and you are here with me now.
A few minutes later, A got a strong feeling that somebody was there and wanted help with being guided towards the light. You can also hear an elderly woman's voice supposedly saying, "Help me, guide me."
Do you want to stay here, or do you want some help moving towards the light?
And then what A believes is a clear voice saying, "I need help." Then a clear knocking after A asked the presence to knock in response to her question.
Please let me know, whichever way you can, if you would like to stay here or if you would like help moving towards the light. If you want to stay here, knock once. If you want to move towards the light, knock twice. So knock once for yes and two for no if you wish to communicate. Are you a male?
What do you make of this one? Thank you, A, for sending it in to us. The ghost photograph. Let's take a look at an unusual photograph. It was uploaded to the subreddit Paranormal in August 2025 by a user known as ReverbedCreep. The user recounts a horrific incident 25 years ago when two of their sisters died in a house fire. Through immense emotional pain and the family struggles that followed, they organized the funeral, which would see the ceremony adorned with hundreds of arranged flowers. At the end of the ceremony, the user notes that they took many of these flowers home to their apartment, where they lived with their 3-year-old son. Upon taking the flowers home, the user's son reportedly began quietly speaking to someone they themselves could not see. A picture was taken by the user on that day that shows their son as he discusses the funeral flowers to this unseeable person, who appears to be represented by a bright white beam of light shining down on the floral arrangement. The user interprets this beam of light as the spirit of their sisters, coming to say goodbye to them and their son, and notes how special the photo is to them in their sister's absence. What do you make of this one? Could this photograph really show the spirit of the uploader's sisters coming to visit them one last time? Or is this just a trick of the light? Creepy photo. Now this strange case takes us back to 1983, when Carol Collette, alongside her nephew, was travelling on the London Underground's Bakerloo line. Her nephew, who does not appear to have been very old at the time, asked to have his photo taken on the train. What followed next is extremely unsettling. When she reviewed the photos of her trip to London, Karen noticed something unusual about the image of her nephew on the train. While she would later insist that this photo was taken while the train passed through one of the underground's tunnel systems, there is no denying that what appears to be a man strapped to an electric chair can be seen through the train's window behind the boy. You can even spot what looks to be electricity sparking to the left and right of his body, while his head is unseen, cut off behind the top of the window. Terrified, Karen sent the picture to the Society for Psychical Research, where Maurice Gross was able to analyze it. It was quickly determined that Karen had not tampered with the photo in any way. This was indeed a genuine article, but did it show something paranormal? Well, to this day, we don't really know. Gross discovered that the spirit Karen captured in her photo really was strapped to an electric chair. It was none other than Bruno Hauptmann, a convicted killer who was executed in 1936 for the murder of a baby. Even stranger was that what Karen captured was specifically an iteration of Hauptmann's wax figure from Madame Tussauds' Chamber of Horrors attraction elsewhere in London. The photo matched the waxwork perfectly, right down to the creases on his shirt. So was this a simple lucky shot by Karen, who happened to take a photo just as her train passed by a promotional poster for Madame Tussauds? That's the conclusion that Gross arrived at, but when he contacted the famous wax museum to confirm this, they alarmingly noted that his waxwork was never used in any promotional material. So what exactly did Karen capture in her photo on the tube that day? Is this just a photo of the waxwork, perhaps placed in one of the underground's tunnels as a prank, or something more sinister? What do you think? The Haunted Theatre. Now this is a follow-up from a previous volume, where we talked about Phil Cox's YouTube channel. He uploads some really interesting paranormal videos and investigations to his channel, and we'll be focusing on one of his videos that involved a haunted theatre. It's footage involving the Sunset Playhouse, which is a non-profit community theatre organisation incorporated in 1954. It currently produces 8-man stage shows a year, since its first production of The Turn of the Screw, and has racked up, according to their website, 1.4 million hours of dedicated service from 36,000 plus volunteers. By all accounts, the theatre, which also produces shows for children, has an eerie history, one which Laurie Wise and others decided to report on and investigate, as it's believed that 2 former volunteers' spirits are still lingering within the playhouse walls. Originally posted by Wise on October 29, 2008, the report and subsequent video footage was uploaded by Phil Cox on his YouTube channel on the 23rd of August 2010, documenting a visit and investigation to the Sunset Playhouse. The description of the video states that according to Heather Stanscovey, a paranormal investigator with the Southern Wisconsin Paranormal Research Group, the theatre is definitely haunted, she states. Every good theatre has a ghost. The spirits in question are believed to be those of Roger Casey and Lester Schultz, who was nicknamed Pinky. Schultz was a well-known actor in the community and enjoyed performing in some of the smaller venues when he suddenly took a heart attack and died during his performance of The Odd Couple in 1968. Casey, meanwhile, was a technical volunteer who dealt with a variety of jobs behind the scenes and was a long-time member of the Playhouse team who also passed away at the centre. Some things that happen we can't explain, said Jim Stanscovey, Heather's father, who is the treasurer of the theatre's board of directors, who participated in the team's investigation. As you see from the footage, there are orbs floating about the team members, as well as a sinister-looking face that appears in the overhead sound booth office, situated above the seating area. The photograph was enhanced and zoomed to highlight the features of the face, whom they believed to be Roger Casey. The video itself does not feature much discussion or overall descriptions of their investigations, which makes the amateur ghost hunting techniques more authentic and creepy as the team studied the playhouse. One of the creepiest moments of the video occurs when the group are filming newspaper clippings and the theatre's playbook. As the camera pans over the face of Lester Schultz, the camera's light flickers before turning on and off. Take a look.
How old was he?
55.
I like to spread off.
Hmm?
I didn't do that. Did you see me do that, Mary?
I zoomed in on his face.
That's creepy.
I'm not touching anything.
Office manager Laura Feltz and fellow volunteer Rudy Miskowicz have never experienced any paranormal activity themselves, but are well aware of the stories, with Rudy joking that when anything weird happens, everybody says that it's Pinky. He gets blamed for everything. In the end, despite the eeriness of the playhouse and potential for ghostly goings-on, Jim insists that all is well at the theatre and there is nothing to worry about. The ghosts are friendly, nothing ever happens. If you want to check out some more paranormal investigations and activity, Phil's channel is perfect viewing for this time of the month. The ghost passengers in Bangkok Airport. In late July 2017, a rather innocuous video was uploaded to the internet by a pilot for Bangkok Airways called Vorovit. The video in question was taken from the cockpit of Vorovit's aircraft in Phuket International Airport in Thailand, and shows passengers walking toward a plane inside an aerobridge. Nothing in it appears out of the ordinary. It's only when you notice that the aerobridge isn't connected to anything that you begin to question, where are these people coming from? The video itself has Thai text that translates to flight PG-873 at aerobridge D206. This aerobridge is haunted. People keep walking out of it when it's not connected to a plane. It went viral after Richard Keir, a Malaysian entrepreneur, uploaded it on his Facebook profile on July 31st, saying it was captured at the airport a few days prior. The video quickly gained traction, accumulating over 11.5 million views. Many considered it to be creepy ghost footage, suggesting that the aerobridge itself was haunted. Others claimed that it was a hoax and that the video had been tampered with in order to appear paranormal. Others say that the video showcases an interesting optical phenomenon. The pilot said that he took the video as he thought the phenomenon was interesting and rare. After landing his plane, he saw the aerobridge parallel to his flight. Its lights were turned off, and so its glass was reflecting the shadows of his plane's aerobridge. In other words, it's more than likely that the passengers in the video are simply the reflections of Vorovit's passengers walking in a well-lit aerobridge. But still, there are many who believe this is proof of the paranormal. What do you make of it? The creepy creature. Imagine enjoying an evening sitting around with your friends listening to music, chatting, and laughing, when a pale, hunched-over creature with glowing red eyes decides it would like to get involved. This was the reality faced by a group of friends who were lucky enough to spot the creepy creature before it was too late, managing to retreat back into the safety of their home. However, their nightmare was only just beginning. In a series of events that could have been ripped straight from a Stephen King novel, the red-eyed creature then proceeded to stalk the outside of the house, attempting to make entry, presumably to harm the individuals. Take a look.
Dude, okay. I think we left someone's phone up there. Yeah, we left someone's phone. It doesn't matter. Bro, we'll get it later. We'll get it later. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Yeah, he's scary. Get back. Oh my god, fuck. What the fuck is this? Is the side door locked? I don't know, man. I don't know. Holy shit. So how come the side door's locked? Wait, Nick, did you lock the door? Did you lock it? Did you lock this door? I don't want to get close to the door. Holy crap. Fuck, go. Make sure it's locked. No, make sure it's locked. Okay. That is creepy as hell. Dude. What the fuck is that, dude?
Pretty creepy. It was lucky that the friends were able to spot the creature's glowing red eyes before it was too late, as who knows what would have happened. Once the friends have successfully made it back into the house, the creature can be seen through what appears to be the window of a front door, where it looks to be trying the door handle and searching for any way in which it can get in. It's here when we get the clearest view of the cryptid. It appears to resemble Gollum from Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit films, or regular viewers of Top 5s will recognise its similarity to sightings we have shared of the Rake or Skinwalkers. The movement of this creature is fluid and predatory, like an animal stalking its prey. From the front door, the creature appears to notice another entryway into the house through the garage door. As the friends enter the garage themselves to make sure the door is locked, a humanoid hand can be seen pressing against the glass. It is here that we can also see the panic caused by the presence of this creature on one of the friends, who appears to be bravely barring the door with his body, but also clearly afraid of what is on the other side. What makes this encounter truly terrifying isn't just the appearance of the creature, but its relentless persistence. It didn't flee when discovered, it didn't hide when confronted. Instead it stalked more, circling the home as though it was prey, peering through windows, its glowing eyes never straying from its target. At times it was separated from its victims by only a few millimeters of glass. Now, whether this was a hoax, a real-life cryptid, or something far more malevolent is anyone's guess. But the footage leaves behind one undeniable truth. Whatever was out there that night was searching them, and it definitely wanted in. The haunted doll. In the dim light of a shadowed room, something unsettling flickers on CCTV. A doll seemingly possessed pushes another doll off its stand. The doll is known as Emily Rose and is encased in glass on a perfectly flat base and is sent crashing to the floor, shattering her container. Take a look. Paranormal investigator Matt Paranormal, operating out of Wrexham, United Kingdom, claims the act was no accident. He believes it was jealousy in motion. He claims another doll, Annie, who is often called the world's most possessed doll, resented the attention Emily Rose was receiving, and side by side on shelves, Annie could no longer abide her spotlight being taken. Matt describes his take on the moment in stunned disbelief, saying he was tidying when he heard the crash. He moved to inspect the shelf and found no scuff marks, no loose floorboards, and no hidden wires or unstable wall fixings. Standing there, Matt and his team scoured the room for clues. However, they found nothing. The ghostly force they believe acted was invisible to human eyes. Matt went even further. He claims people in the room with Emily Rose have reported odd sensations, headaches and heart palpitations, sudden unease, and in his telling, she gives off a sad vibe, a melancholy energy that chills the air. Now, Emily the doll's passing is murky. She was bought from a flea market and her true origin is unknown, whilst her name, Matt claims, came through a spirit portal, whispered in a girl's voice. What do you make of this one? Some people find dolls creepy at the best of times, let alone haunted ones. The backseat ghost. When it comes to documenting the paranormal, many consider early age photography as being the most authentic, due to its limitations and lack of technology that could have been used in forgery. Indeed, there are countless images of ghosts, unidentified flying objects, and other such entities, which have terrified those photographers after they are printed. For some, the image of a loved one in the background of a photograph can be comforting and beautiful in many ways. For others, the sight of a demonic presence or pair of eyes staring back at the camera can strike terror into the hardest of men and women. In this case, the photograph has a little more uplifting feel to it, as it was taken by a lady named Mabel Chinnery back in 1959. The black and white image shows her husband in his car, but something is not quite right in the background. Chinnery believes that the shadowy figure seen over her husband's left shoulder is in fact her deceased mother. At the time the photograph was taken, dated March 1959, in the English port town of Ipswich, Suffolk, Mrs. Chinnery and her husband had visited the gravesite of Mabel's mother, a yearly tradition where they would pay their respects and celebrate her legacy throughout the day. Subsequent investigations have been unable to trace the exact location of the gravesite and that of Mabel's mother, only that it resides within a churchyard. Upon arrival at the site, Mr. Chinnery decided to stay in his car, whilst his wife made her way to the gravesite. Mabel was especially excited that day, as she had recently acquired a new camera and was looking forward to taking pictures of the grave and surrounding scenery. She would take several photographs that day, and after noticing that she had one frame left, decided to take a picture of her husband as he sat awaiting her return. It was then that she took the famous photograph. After enjoying the rest of the day, Mabel got the photographs developed, and upon inspection, she couldn't believe her eyes. As you can clearly see in the photograph, in the back seat of the car was the image of a woman wearing a pair of glasses. When Mrs. Chinnery inspected the photograph more closely, she immediately broke down in tears as she recognized the figure as being her mother, whose grave she had just visited. Her husband scanned the photograph for himself, and he too was convinced. The moment the Chinnery backseat driver photo was released to the public, many critics, skeptics, and photography experts were quick to scrutinize and dismiss the ghost theory. However, it was suggested that the image was formed by familiar patterns out of light and shadow. Tests by professional photo analysts have come to the conclusion that it is neither a reflection nor a double exposure. One expert testified, "I stake my reputation on the fact that the picture is genuine." Depending on where you read the story, the person in the back seat is sometimes said to be Mabel's mother-in-law as opposed to her own mother. Regardless, it's definitely a striking image and has stood the test of time as one of the most recognizable paranormal photographs ever. What do you believe? The Pantry Ghost Videos. This one is pretty scary, and a serious contender for the most vivid ghostly encounter of all time. It dates back to 2007, where an unnamed man and his wife documented some paranormal activity in their home in California, where they lived with their daughter, Ariana. Her first name is the only one to be made public. During a series of videos, the father, who has obsessive-compulsive disorder, was constantly working around the home to ensure everything was clean, tidy, and secure. One of the things that gave him anxiety was the pantry door, located in the kitchen, that always seemed to open by itself, especially during the night. Having secured the door on a number of occasions, the man was convinced that something was opening the door whilst he slept, and so decided to set up a camera in the hope of catching a mouse, raccoon, or wind trap. What he documented was something entirely different, and terrifying to say the least. At exactly 12:34 AM, the door is seen to open by itself. No animal or gust of wind seems to press it open, no spring or bolt has broken or become loose, and neither his wife nor daughter were in the room at the time. Intrigued, the father decides to film the door for another 2 days. Each night at exactly 12:34 AM, the pantry door opens on its own, leaving the family speechless and confused. The father decides that he will catch the unknown phantom in the act, and so waits in the kitchen by the pantry door, and just as expected, he films it opening at precisely 12:34 AM again. Remaining in the room and desperate for an answer, the man pushes the door closed and steps back with his video camera. It is then that a frosted image of a face and hands emerge from inside the pantry and presses against the door itself, looking out and directly at the man. Grabbing the door and opening it again reveals nothing and no one inside. Take a look. Understandably shaken by what he just witnessed, the man secured the pantry door with a padlock in the hopes of keeping it and whatever was inside closed. However, another night of filming records loud banging noises coming from within the pantry before the door finally opens again, despite the lock. After posting on YouTube, a paranormal commentator reached out to the father, who allowed him to stay at his home and witness the phenomenon for himself. As expected, the face and hands appeared after the door opened at 12:34 AM, frightening both men. This was supposedly the final straw for the man's wife, who asked her husband to remove the door from its hinges. This supposedly upset the spirit, and it started appearing in other parts of the home. Ariana would soon hear voices calling out to her as she tried to sleep, and at one point saw a ghostly figure that identified itself as Mabel, whom she began to play and interact regularly with. A game of hide and seek was filmed by the father, who searched the house for his daughter when he got the shock of his life. Thinking that he spotted Ariana in the corner of her room, he was startled by a laughing sound coming from the bed. Turning around, he found his daughter hiding under her bedsheet. During a visit by a medium to the house, Ariana told her father that Mabel was becoming more aggressive, pulling her hair and making her uncomfortable at times. This was the tipping point that led the family to move out of the home. It's documented that on the last days before leaving the house, crying noises were heard during the night, and a dark entity was caught on camera in the hallway upstairs. What do you think of that? To finish off this story, supposedly when the family moved out, they had numerous pictures printed, and to their horror, they discovered 2 photos that they had not taken themselves. It was pictures of the family while they slept in their beds. Poltergeist caught on camera. This is a very unnerving clip that has been doing the rounds online for the past few years, and it defies explanation. The video was posted by a Reddit user named Marabal30 and uploaded onto the R-Ghost Reddit forum. The caption reads, "My sister has been in her haunted house for 8 years and still gets shaken up when stuff like this happens." Though the video is short, it contains a haunting noise and setting as the person behind the camera walks down the hallway of the home, filming on what looks to be a mobile phone. Whilst recording, a loud banging noise can be heard, rhythmically cycling in 4 knocks, a very short pause, and then continuing incessantly. When the uploader approaches the source of the noise, in what looks to be the kitchen, the noise gets louder, before stopping as they reach the doorway. Take a look. The user writes that unexplained noises like this are heard at all hours of the day and night, yet no source for them can ever be found. Naturally, skeptics question the credibility of the clip, given the lack of any real evidence, and others have mentioned it could be pipe fittings or a heating system. Unfortunately, there is no more to this story. So what do you think? Is it real or fake? Would you try and communicate with the entity or run? The ghost of Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States, may have passed away in 1865 after being assassinated, but numerous accounts suggest that his spirit never truly left the White House. Known as the White House Ghost, his ghostly presence has been far from hidden. He is most frequently seen in the Yellow Oval Room and the Lincoln Bedroom, where his spirit serves as a solemn reminder of his enduring legacy. Notable sightings include First Lady Grace Coolidge, who reported seeing Lincoln standing by a window in the Lincoln Bedroom, gazing out over the Potomac River. Lady Bird Johnson, while watching a documentary about Lincoln's death, felt a sudden and inexplicable presence that she believed was his, and even pets have been spooked. Ronald Reagan's dog Rex often barked and refused to enter the Lincoln Bedroom, which the president attributed to the dog seeing Lincoln's spirit. Perhaps the most famous encounter occurred when Winston Churchill visited the White House during World War II. After emerging from a bath, completely nude, Churchill found himself face to face with Lincoln's apparition. Unfazed, he quipped, "Good evening, Mr. President. You seem to have met me at a disadvantage." Other witnesses include President Theodore Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt, who have also recounted experiences with Lincoln's spirit. And as recently as 1980, Tony Savoy, a White House foreman, claimed to have seen Lincoln sitting in a chair. So when William H. Mumler, a spirit photographer, captured an image of Lincoln's spirit standing behind his seated widow, Mary Todd Lincoln, with his hands on her shoulders, no one who had encountered Lincoln after his death questioned the authenticity of the photograph. Take a look at this. Mumler was a well-known practitioner of spirit photography in the mid-19th century. His reputation for capturing ghostly apparitions began with a self-portrait that appeared to include the spirit of a deceased cousin. As word spread, he attracted mourners, hoping to capture images of their departed loved ones. 7 years after the death of her husband, Mary Todd Lincoln, still grieving, submitted a photo request to Mumler under a pseudonym. After the image was developed, Mary acknowledged that the figure behind her was her deceased husband. At that time, the photograph gained huge attention. However, Mumler's work was controversial, and ultimately led to a fraud case against him in 1869, although crucially, no conclusive proof of trickery was ever established. Today, the ghost of Abraham Lincoln photograph is regarded by some as one of the most famous photographic hoaxes of the 19th century. To others, it's definitive proof that Abraham Lincoln's spirit was captured in the image, and confirms that those who claim to have seen his ghost are telling the truth. What do you make of this one? Cemetery ghost. Let's take a trip back to the paranormal, and take a look at an early internet ghost scare that was allegedly captured after midnight in a Mexican cemetery. A man ventured there alone at night after hearing rumours from a nearby village about a girl who had been heard crying and calling out amongst the gravestones. The following footage was recorded around 1:30 AM and is truly terrifying. The man definitely got more than he bargained for. Take a look at this.
Amiga! Niña! Ay, no seas imbécil.
Could you hear the scream and someone say mama? As was normal back in the early days of YouTube, the quality is pretty poor. What do you make of it? Take another look.
Amiga! Niña! Ay, no seas imbécil.
Creepy face. Let's start off with a story that was featured on the Travel Channel, and if true, is one of the creepiest things we've ever seen. Corey had been experiencing some strange occurrences in his home and decided to start filming. One day, while he was home alone, he noticed the light in the fridge flickering. At first he didn't think much of it, but soon the bathroom light began flickering as well, and he soon realised that the taps had also turned on. Take a look.
What freaked me out was the light in the bathroom started flickering, and I heard water running. So I kind of snuck around the corner, and the water was on. As I started to walk away from the bathroom after cutting the water off, I kind of heard something behind me, and that was actually this door here that closed. That's when I really truly got freaked out.
Corey walks outside and calls his girlfriend, who tells him to stay out of the house, but he tells her that he wants to keep filming, so he goes back inside and finds his kitchen trashed. Take a look at this.
He finds the kitchen in total disarray.
All the chairs were on the floor, knocked over, all the cabinets were open. Nope.
After discovering his home in disarray, Corey goes back outside and doesn't re-enter for another 2 hours. When he finally returns, he conducts a thorough search of the house to see if anyone is inside. After checking all of the rooms, he finds no one. However, after reviewing the footage he recorded, he notices something terrifying in the doorframe of his daughter's bedroom. Take a look.
I noticed something in the corner of the room, which is actually my daughter's room. So I screenshotted it, and I just zoomed in on it. My heart just dropped. I could feel my face, all the blood in my face ran. I mean, it scared me. It just looked like somebody watching me.
What on earth was that? Experts featured on the show suggested that a poltergeist had infested Corey's property and believed that the house needed to be exorcised. Commenters on the video shared their own experiences with poltergeist activity in their homes and advised Corey to pray over his property. Others were more skeptical, questioning why he would re-enter the house alone without calling the police. How would you react if you found that in a doorway in your home? I'd love to know your thoughts on this one. Farm boy. This photograph was taken at a farm in Herefordshire, England in 2008 by photographer and graphic designer Neil Sandbach. It was to be used on a wedding invite for his friend's upcoming wedding, which was to be held at the venue. At first glance, it looks innocent enough. However, when Neil later opened the file in Photoshop to tidy it up, he noticed a white figure in the distance on the right. When he zoomed in, this is what he saw. Initially, he didn't think it was anything supernatural, but after the wedding couple asked staff at the venue if the place was haunted, they told them that for years they had been plagued by the spooky apparition of a young ghost boy dressed in white nightclothes who was always spotted close to the main barn. Pretty creepy. Now, we don't have any more information on the building itself, but it would be awesome if anyone lives nearby and would be interested in doing an investigation there. Graveyard Ghost. Let's head back to the supernatural for this one. It takes us to Todmorden in West Yorkshire in the UK, which is better known for UFO sightings than ghosts. However, this image was captured in Todmorden Unitarian Churchyard, and it appears to show the spirit of a long-dead woman who was buried there. It was snapped by a group of ghost hunters who were exploring the graveyard in October 2018. The team say their electric energy meters were going haywire, and they were drawn to the grave of Sarah Agnes, who died aged 50 in 1927. One of the group, a guy named Rob Crabtree, took the photograph and was shocked at the images he caught. The mist appears to take the shape of a woman hovering over her grave. It's important to note that when the photo was taken, the night was clear and there was no fog or mist in the air. The gravestone revealed that 3 people are buried in the plot, with 2 women believed to be the wives of a man named James Davenport. The ghost hunters suspect that the spirit belongs to the older woman, Sarah Agnes, since the other wife was only 27 years old at the time of her death, and they believe that the image depicts an older woman. At the time the photograph was taken, none of the group noticed the mist. The only unusual occurrence was the erratic energy meters and a feeling that someone was watching them. What do you make of this one? Is this proof of the paranormal, or is there a more plausible explanation? The Toowoomba Suicide Spot Ghost. This thought to be ghost photograph was taken by a hiker in Toowoomba in Queensland, Australia. Now, this particular site where the photograph was taken has long been a notorious suicide spot, where more than 150 residents have taken their lives in the past few years. While when a hiker was passing through, in August of 2015, he felt like someone was watching him, and had a feeling of dread that he couldn't explain. He took some scenic photographs, as you do, and when looking back through them, he spotted something very strange. In one of them, it appears to show a man staring at the camera. He appears to have a bald head, facial hair, and is wearing a red jumper. The hiker is confident that no one was there when he was taking the photos, and believes it could be the ghost of a man who committed suicide in that spot. The locals have also said that although the area is popular with hikers, it's unusual for them to wear such a striking colour, as they prefer to blend in with the surroundings. This is a creepy one. To add to the image, the town of Toowoomba, where it was taken, has a reputation as being one of Australia's most haunted places, with an array of ghost sightings being reported over the years. So what do you make of the photograph? Is it another hiker mistaken for a ghost, an illusion from the trees, a hoax? Or is that the ghost of a man who died in the area? The Ghost of St. Botolph, Bishopsgate, London. In the Church of St. Botolph is located on the eastern fringe of the old city of London. It looks out of place nestled between the towering office buildings of the modern city's financial institutions. Built in the 1700s, it is situated near Jack the Ripper's murder route, and opposite the church is Bishopsgate Police Station, where on the evening of September 30th, 1888, Catherine Eddowes spent time in a cell after being arrested for drunkenness. She was released at 1 a.m, and before heading out into the night, her last words to the police constable were, "Good night, old cock." She then walked towards Houndsditch and became Jack the Ripper's second victim, murdered in Mitre Square just 40 minutes later. En route to her fate, she would have walked past the splendid church of St. Botolph, a place with its own curious history. In 1992, Chris Brackley and his wife were visiting the church, and Chris took a series of photographs of the inside. At that time, only he and his wife were present. To his surprise, after developing the photographs, he discovered that they maybe were not alone after all. A mysterious figure resembling a woman in old-fashioned clothing could be seen standing on the right-hand balcony in one of the images. There was no double exposure in the image, and his camera had functioned correctly, so what or who had he captured? In a twist to this story, a few years later, during the restoration of the crypt, a builder accidentally knocked down a wall on the right balcony and discovered a pile of old dusty coffins. When one of the coffins was opened, it revealed the remarkably well-preserved body of a woman, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in Chris Brackley's photograph. Mythical creature caught during Japanese tsunami. On March 11, 2011, a devastating magnitude 9 earthquake hit northern Japan. It was the most powerful earthquake to date and triggered a massive tsunami, with waves reaching heights of up to 133 feet. The force of the earthquake moved Honshu, Japan's main island, 8 feet east, and caused the Earth's axis to shift up to 10 inches. Ultimately, the event resulted in 217 square miles of flooding, building destruction, and the loss of over 16,000 lives. Additionally, over 2,000 people are still missing. After the tragic event, there were numerous reports and videos that appeared to show unidentified creatures that had supposedly surfaced from the ocean. This is not surprising, given that there are thousands and thousands of sea species that remain unidentified. However, the creature in this particular video, if indeed real, is truly remarkable. The footage was shot by an unknown local and appears to show a mysterious creature scurrying from the waves and disappearing behind a building. Take a look. There is no doubt that the footage is genuine, but it's not clear whether it shows an unknown creature. Some people have suggested that it could be a fire extinguisher or gas canister that has ruptured, while others think it looks like a dolphin. The video definitely shows something climbing up a building and disappearing behind it, but whether it's some unknown mythical creature is still up for debate. What do you think about it? Is it proof that we have limited knowledge about what exists in our oceans, or is it just an optical illusion? I find it particularly creepy. Bigfoot spotted in Washington. This video was posted on Twitter around January 2020, as well as the Billingham Herald website. It has since been uploaded and discussed on various Reddit threads and paranormal forums. At first glance, the video seems obscure, almost fake, due to the contrast of black and white and the movement of the figure seen on the right-hand side. However, many believe that this is in fact video evidence of a Sasquatch. The video was captured at Sherman Pass on the I-90 wildlife overcrossing in Washington state. The area itself is mountainous and heavily wooded and includes the unincorporated community of Hayek. The last population census carried out showed that only 311 people lived in the region. Due to its elevation, the area experiences significantly lower temperatures, receiving much more precipitation and snow. Humid continental climate means that the winters are extremely cold, wet and snowy, while summers are warm and relatively dry each year. The area is a hotspot for snowmobiling, paragliders and hang gliders, especially along the ridge and landing at Lake Keechalas. It also appears to be a stomping ground for one of the most sought-after entities, a Sasquatch. The video appears to show Bigfoot walking along the summit of one of the mountains. However, many have debunked the footage, suggesting that the height, arm length and movements of the figure are that of a human and not an animal. Others question why a camera is perfectly positioned in the region in the first place. Now it's worth pointing out, and worthy of consideration, that the Transportation Department's Twitter account for the area shared the video, stating that they think Bigfoot is making the rounds across the mountain. Officials were even advising drivers to keep watch for Bigfoot. Even once the sun comes up, keep the headlights on for visibility, watch for Bigfoot along the areas of standing water, and get excited because the weekend is here, the Twitter account posted. So what do you think? Is it a joke, or could this be the evidence we are looking for? There's no denying that a huge portion of the population believe in Bigfoot. The question is, do you? The Ghost Blimp Mystery. At 6 a.m. on August 16, 1942, Lieutenant Ernest DeWitt Cody and Ensign Charles Ellis Adams took off from Treasure Island, California, on a routine anti-submarine patrol aboard the L-8 airship. They were never seen again. The former Goodyear blimp, recently used to deliver equipment to the USS Hornet for the Doolittle raid, had reached its patrol station when the men radioed about a suspicious oil slick. Soon after, the L-8 crashed into Daly City, California, but the control car was empty, in perfect working order, and the crew had vanished. During World War II, fears of Japanese attacks led the Navy to deploy airships for coastal patrols. These non-rigid, helium-filled blimps could hover for long periods and were ideal for submarine spotting. Both Cody and Adams were skilled pilots. Adams had even survived the 1935 crash of the USS Macon. At 7:50 a.m., Cody and Adams reported the oil slick and said they would investigate. That was the last transmission. When the L-8 came down in Daly City, it damaged rooftops and power lines, but caused no casualties. Fire crews arrived to find the cabin intact, radios functional, parachutes unused, and zero trace of the men. The disappearance shocked the Navy and quickly made headlines as the ghost blimp. The skies of San Francisco had been crowded with ships and fishing boats all day, yet no one could explain what happened. Witnesses offered conflicting accounts. One woman claimed to see 3 men aboard, others say they saw 2 parachuting into the sea. Weeks turned into years without answers, fueling theories. Were they captured by the Japanese, defections, government cover-ups, or even murder? To this very day, no evidence has ever surfaced. The Green Brier Ghost. This is the tragic case of Alva Zona Hester Shue, a young bride who seemingly died from heart failure, but was later declared a murder victim at the hands of her husband, and her ghost led to his conviction. Known as the Green Brier Ghost, Alva was born and raised in Green Brier County, West Virginia, and her life was taken on January 23, 1897. Initially declared a natural death, the verdict changed after her mother, Mary Jane Hester, testified that her daughter's ghost had revealed how she was killed. Before the tragedy, Alva's mother had refused to bless her marriage to Erasmus Stribbing Trout Shue, distrusting him from the start. The charming young blacksmith persuaded Alva to marry him in October 1896, unaware that he had served 2 years in prison for horse theft and had 2 previous marriages, one ending in divorce after abandonment, and another after his wife's suspicious death, which he blamed on an accident. Despite her concerns, Mrs. Hester went unheard. According to the Monroe Watchman, Erasmus left his blacksmith shop one day and sent a local boy to check on Alva, who discovered her dead on the floor. Though the county mourned, he requested no further examination, helped dress the body himself, and wrapped her neck in a scarf, high collar, and veil. Witnesses noted that her head was unusually loose, yet no charges were filed, and Alva was buried on January 24, 1897, at the Soul Chapel Methodist Cemetery. Distraught, Mary Hester soon experienced a vision of her daughter's ghost, who described in great detail of how Eramus strangled her after becoming angry over dinner. Armed with this information, Hester went to the county prosecutor, who surprisingly took her seriously. After confirming that Eramus had blocked a full medical exam, the prosecutor ordered her exhumation, revealing a broken neck and crushed windpipe, clear evidence of strangulation. At trial, Mary testified, "It was no dream. She came back and told me he was mad. She didn't have meat for supper. Her neck was squeezed off at the first joint, and it was just as she told me." After just 1 hour, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder, sentencing him to life imprisonment. A lynch mob tried to hang him, but was stopped by deputies, with 4 organizers later charged. Eramus died of the flu in prison on March 13, 1900, and was buried in an unmarked grave. The motive remains unknown, but the case endures as the only known instance where ghostly testimony helped convict a murderer. Recent Mothman sightings. The Mothman sightings in Point Pleasant, West Virginia are well known, and we've covered them many times before. In case you've never heard of them, then here's a quick recap. On November 15, 1966, 2 couples from Point Pleasant, Roger and Linda Scarberry, and Steve and Mary Millette, reported seeing a large black creature with glowing red eyes near the TNT area, a former World War II munitions site. Linda described the creature as a 7-foot-tall, slender figure with white wings. Distressed, the couple fled, claiming that the creature chased their car while screeching until they reached the city limits. In the days that followed, more people came forward with sightings after local newspapers reported the story. 2 volunteer firemen described the creature as a large bird with red eyes. Contractor Newell Partridge stated that when he shone a flashlight on the creature, its eyes glowed like bicycle reflections. He also linked buzzing noises from his TV and the disappearance of his German Shepherd to the creature's presence. Wildlife biologist Robert L. Smith from West Virginia University noted that the descriptions matched those of the sandhill crane, or shitepoke, both large birds that may have strayed from their migration route, which could explain why it went unrecognized in the area. However, sightings continued, and on December 15, 1967, the Silver Bridge collapsed, resulting in the deaths of 46 people. Moments before the bridge collapsed, the Mothman was supposedly seen standing on the bridge, and was therefore blamed for the tragedy. Since then, sightings of the Mothman have been rare. However, on November 20th, 2016, a date that closely coincided with the 50th anniversary of the first sighting, an unknown individual called the WSAZ news station to report a sighting of the Mothman while driving on Route 2 in Point Pleasant. The man who had recently moved to the city was reportedly unaware of the legend before he took 3 photographs that seemed to show the legendary cryptid. The photos were met with skepticism, with some believing they were produced with the intention of reigniting interest in the Mothman myth. However, there were others, including many locals, who believe this is photographic evidence of the elusive creature. We'd love to know if you have any experiences with the Mothman and have visited the area. Creepy dashcam footage. Driving at night can be hazardous. Visibility is often low, and unexpected obstacles can emerge in front of you at any moment. And that is exactly what happened in March 2023 to a truck driver in Arizona, who believes he encountered a ghost. William Church was driving his truck along State Route 87 between Phoenix and Payson, when he and his co-driver spotted an eerie figure standing motionless and transparently on the road. Initially they thought it was a person and swerved to avoid it. After reviewing the footage from the dashcam, they began to believe they might have captured a ghost. Take a look at this. Church ruled out the possibility of glare from another vehicle, as he was the only one on the road at 2:30 in the morning. He later told local news outlets that the apparition appeared to be just standing in the roadway as I passed by, adding that it looks like you can see the lines in the road through its legs. To make things even creepier, this highway is known as one of the most dangerous roads in the state, infamous for the many lives lost there. Commenters on the video are divided in their opinions about what they are seeing. Some believe it may just be a coyote or a similar animal, while others argue that the video depicts something supernatural. One commenter remarked, "That definitely looks like a pair of legs to me. The lower portion of somebody's body is clearly translucent. So could this be the ghost of one of the unfortunate souls who lost their life along that stretch of road?" What do you think? Home CCTV. This next unexplained footage was posted to Reddit and generated hundreds of comments. It was caught at 1:33 AM in the kitchen of the poster's girlfriend, who also joined the comments to explain what happened. In the video you can see a nightlight near the sink flickering in the background from a TV that was accidentally left on. The noise at the end of the clip is one of the 2 cats in the house. So now that all of the anomalies have been explained, take a look at this. Who or what is sitting at that table? The poster mentioned that there was a backpack left on the chair, but it was not reflective. Aside from that, there was nothing to explain the brightened image. Many commenters found it strange, and some tried to debunk it, even suggesting that it was just a light shining off one of the occupants in the house who was sitting in the chair. However, the poster's girlfriend assured that everybody was asleep when the footage was recorded, and no one in the house looked like that, apart from her. To dispel the notion that it may be her, they recreated the image with her sitting in the chair. The silhouette is definitely similar. The only problem is she was in bed at the time of the recording. Many have attempted to interpret the recording, but they have struggled to explain the bright figure captured in it. A few commenters mentioned experiences with light people, a phenomenon in Japanese folklore, where the visible souls of the deceased manifest as brightly coloured floating images. It's worth noting that the poster clarified that they are not seeking attention or trying to create a fake scenario. They simply want others' opinion on what the figure could be. Despite the multiple perspectives shared, none have effectively explained what was captured on camera that night. What do you think it is? The Ghost Train. This creepy video surfaced in 2018, appearing to show a ghost train pulling into a station in China. The footage, reportedly captured by a CCTV camera at Boatu railway station in Inner Mongolia, shows a train arriving at the station and stopping, as if it were picking up passengers. However, only an eerie outline of the train is visible, with no full details being discernible. Take a look. The video quickly went viral across social media and news websites, sparking widespread speculation about whether it depicted a supernatural event, a technical malfunction, or a deliberate hoax. A person claiming to be a station employee stated that in over a decade of observing surveillance feeds, they had never seen anything like it. Many people believe that it's caused by a technical glitch or an artifact in the CCTV system. Older surveillance systems that reuse recording media can sometimes overlay residual images from earlier footage onto the video, creating a double exposure. Others believe it could be a clever hoax designed to attract online attention. However, if none of those explanations are accurate, then was that truly a ghost train picking up ghostly passengers for an unknown journey? Shape-shifting figure. If you have a dog, you know that even the slightest movement or presence outside your home can trigger barking, as it's a dog's natural instinct to react to perceived danger. This was the case with Corey Fletcher's dog Diva. She began barking at the front door of their home in Pierres, Minnesota. Thinking somebody was outside, Corey went out to investigate, but found nothing unusual. To be sure, he decided to check his security camera footage, and he was startled by what he saw. Take a look. Corey was puzzled by what he saw. A white figure seemed to be moving past, resembling a person walking, but it had an eerily translucent quality. Corey insisted that no one was walking by, and he personally didn't see anything unusual. After the footage was made public, skeptics argue that it was clearly a person walking a dog. However, Corey maintained that his camera had advanced features, including the ability to detect humans and animals, and when it detects them, it highlights them with a circle, yet nothing was circled in the footage. Many compared the footage to the Fresno Nightcrawler, a cryptid that first appeared on the home security footage in Fresno, California in 2007, which showed two short, white, headless figures with disproportionately long legs, resembling a pair of walking pants. Could they have appeared again? Or, as is widely believed about the Fresno Nightcrawlers, is this another elaborate hoax? What do you think? Corroboree Rock Ghost. In 1959, R.S. Blanche, a Presbyterian minister from Adelaide, visited Corroboree Rock, a remarkable rock formation located about 50 kilometers east of Alice Springs in the Northern Territory of Australia, a place that holds significant cultural value for the Arrant Aboriginal people. He was alone when he took a photograph of a seemingly empty scene. However, when the photo was developed, he was astonished to discover the image of a person standing among the shrub near the clearing. Take a look. The eerie image has come to be known as the Watcher at Corroboree Rock. It appears to show a faint, semi-translucent figure of a woman dressed in a long white dress, holding her hands close to her face, as if she is peering through them, or as some believe, holding a pair of binoculars. This This photo has generated diverse interpretations. Some see an Aboriginal woman in traditional clothing, while others perceive her as a woman in a nightgown and cap. Some have even suggested that she resembles an ancient South American priest. Skeptics suggest that the image may be the result of several factors, including double exposure, long exposure with motion blur, light artifacts, or other photographic anomalies. They also note that reproductions of the photo over time could have introduced distortions or alterations, making it difficult to evaluate the original negative, which may no longer exist or be accessible. Due to these uncertainties, the photo remains a subject of debate. For believers, it serves as compelling evidence of a spiritual presence, while critics regard it as an image that lacks reliable evidence for a paranormal interpretation. Given the age of the photo, it is highly likely that it's authentic. But does it show anything paranormal? Well, we'd like to think so. But what do you think? Creepy feet. The Myrtles Plantation in St. Francisville, Louisiana, United States, is often described as one of America's most haunted homes. Built in 1796 by General David Bradford, the plantation has a long and complex history. Bradford fled Pennsylvania after his involvement in the Whiskey Rebellion and established the property as a family home, which he later passed down through generations, during which several deaths, illnesses, and tragedies occurred. One of the most enduring legends associated with the Myrtles involved a woman named Chloe, who is said to have been an enslaved person on the property in the early 19th century. According to popular retellings, Chloe was caught eavesdropping on her master and was punished by having one of her ears cut off. Seeking revenge, she allegedly baked a cake laced with poison intended for the family, but the plan backfired, resulting in the deaths of the wife and children instead. Chloe was supposedly hanged by fellow enslaved people, and her spirit is said to linger at the plantation. This photograph, taken in 1992, allegedly shows the apparition of Chloe. Over the years, visitors and owners of the Myrtles Plantation have reported a variety of paranormal occurrences. These include sightings of ghostly children playing in the halls, the apparition of a woman in a green turban, believed by many to be Chloe, unexplained handprints on mirrors, mysterious footsteps, and a piano that plays on its own. The ghost of William Winter, a later owner who was shot on the front porch in 1871, is said to reenact his death repeatedly. Witnesses claim to hear his footsteps ascending the stairs, before stopping abruptly at the 17th step, where he supposedly collapsed and died. Nowadays, the house is a bed and breakfast complex that offers guests a chance to experience the paranormal atmosphere for themselves, and most of the well-known ghost hunting teams have visited the place. So when Brandon and Taron Hunt booked an overnight stay at the home, they were hoping for some paranormal activity. They decided to film some of their stay in the hope of capturing something on camera. When they filmed the clip that we are about to show you, they initially did not notice the 3 pairs of feet walking from the staircase into the main hallway. Take a look. Did you see those ghostly feet? Did they belong to the spirits of the children thought to haunt the house? The clip understandably went viral, with some believing it was fake. However, Brandon claims that it's genuine footage, taken straight from his phone, and given the history of the place, we're inclined to believe him. What do you think? Haunted Lives. Now this next one is old, but is creepy nonetheless, and it's likely one that many haven't seen before. It was captured in a 1990s American paranormal miniseries called Haunted Lives, when the show's paranormal investigators were looking into a house in Van Nuys, California. The house had long been the subject of alleged paranormal activity, which made it difficult for the owner to rent out. Eventually in 1991, a couple named Rita and Kyle Matheson moved in. However, the house quickly lived up to its reputation, and troubling events began to unfold. The couple found themselves being abusive towards each other for no apparent reason, and they experienced strange occurrences in the home, ranging from unexplained lights in the rooms to objects moving on their own. Not long after moving in, the couple returned home from a night out to find the keyhole in the front door glowing red, all the lights on, and the house uncomfortably hot. Once inside, they erupted into an argument for no reason. After sensing a presence and experiencing an attack from an invisible force, they left the home and never returned. Fast forward to the Haunted Lives show, and over a few months, their team of investigators went to the house to investigate, setting up cameras to try and capture what was going on and what the couple were experiencing. This is what they called.
What's going to take place is basically some of the most remarkable footage that we've documented during the first beginning of this investigation. As you can see in a moment, doors and drawers, cabinets are moving. Our other instrumentation did pick up fluctuations taking place in the environment, background radiation fluctuations, electrostatic fields. In a moment, the vibration that's taking place, or the phenomena, we should say, is moving across the kitchen toward the camera. Now it's affecting the camera. We speculate on that because what you're seeing is an effect on the magnetic tape itself, and the fluctuations are continuing. After this was over, when we found the camera, it was severely damaged.
The footage is interesting. However, some have noted that it could easily be faked, since there is no additional information about the case beyond what was presented in the TV program. It's difficult to assess its authenticity. However, if it is true, it's incredibly creepy. Espanola Police Station in New Mexico. In 2014, some very interesting footage emerged that even made its way onto the local news channel, Action 7 News. The footage was captured by surveillance cameras at the Espanola Police Station in New Mexico. While on duty, police officer Carl Ramiro was monitoring the cameras when he noticed something that initially appeared to be a fly or a moth. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it looked like it had legs. Concerned that it might be an intruder, Ramiro reported the sighting to his supervisors. They confirmed that the area where the image was captured was secure, and that there was no way in or out without triggering an alarm. Take a look. This incident does not seem to be an isolated occurrence. Officers from the station have reported experiencing strange noises, unexplained images appearing in the lobby, and the unsettling sensation of someone breathing on them. While there is nothing about the building itself that indicates any paranormal activity, the surrounding area has a history of several unsolved murders. Now, what makes this situation particularly intriguing is that the police officers have openly expressed their belief that it could be paranormal in nature, and have even agreed to be interviewed about their experiences. What's your thoughts on this one? Ghostly photo. This next photograph was sent to us by one of our valued viewers, who lives in Poughkeepsie, New York, very close to the Hudson River State Hospital, a place often described as one of the most haunted places in the Hudson Valley. Built in 1871, the hospital was designed by Frederick Clark Withers, following the Kirkbride Plan, an architectural philosophy meant to promote healing through open spaces, natural light and fresh air. However, despite these intentions, the hospital's history became dark and troubled. Overcrowding, understaffing, and reports of mistreatment plagued the facility throughout much of the 20th century. At its height, the hospital housed more than 6,000 patients, many of whom suffered from severe mental illnesses. As time went on, the facility fell into disrepair and eventually closed in 2003. Since then, stories of hauntings have surrounded the abandoned complex. People who have ventured onto the grounds claim to have heard unexplained screams and voices echoing through the old wards. Others report seeing shadowy figures or apparitions that resemble former patients and nurses, often glimpsed in broken windows or dark hallways. Many visitors describe an overwhelming feeling of sadness, unease, or the sensation of being watched. There are also accounts of sudden drops in temperature and the sound of footsteps or old gurneys moving across empty floors. In 2007, a large fire destroyed several of the hospital's buildings, leaving behind just charred ruins. The site is now closed to the public, as it's considered unsafe. But despite this, it continues to attract urban explorers, photographers, and paranormal enthusiasts, who are drawn to its haunting atmosphere and tragic history. While one day, our viewer was walking through the woods near her house, behind the old asylum, and took a few photographs of the colourful fall foliage, before continuing on with her walk. It wasn't until she got home and reviewed her photos that she realised she had captured something very creepy. Take a look. Look closely at whatever this is. Its sunken eyes appear to be gazing straight into the camera. So is this one of the tortured patients who lost their life at the asylum? A case of pareidolia? Or is there another explanation? Thank you for sending this one in to us. The basement. These next clips were sent to us by Rebecca, one of our amazing viewers, who lives in Auburn, Maine. She wanted to share a couple of short videos captured by a motion-activated blink camera in the basement of her fixer-upper home. But first we'll start with the background of the house and the basement. Built in 1900, Rebecca and her husband have lived there since 2014. The basement primarily consists of old dirt, but there is one section with a cement floor. In that concrete area, there is a hollow spot that makes a noticeable sound when walked over. The walls are adorned with old charcoal drawings, and metal bars have been installed on the door leading to the outside. Despite all the lights being on, the basement never feels bright. It always seems dim, heavy and lonely. Rebecca experiences a strong sense of sadness and unease whenever she goes down there, although her husband does not share these feelings and is usually the one to go there when something needs to be done. Interestingly, while mice often get into the attic during the cold winter months, mice are never seen in the basement, despite it seeming like they would be easy entry points. Even with traps set up in the basement and cameras installed, no mice have been caught or seen. The upstairs of the house also has its own unusual activity. Both Rebecca and her husband have heard their names being called, sometimes when one of them is home alone. They've also felt sensations of movement around them, such as the feeling of someone walking past, or a brief breeze brushing by when no one is there. Occasionally it feels as though a cat is brushing up against them or jumping on the bed, but when they look, there is no cat to be found. Rebecca has also seen large orbs, about the size of a basketball, that appear for less than a second before vanishing. While some of the occurrences can be explained, others cannot. Now take a look at two clips recorded in the basement that appear to show a strange presence. Rebecca mentioned that most people who have viewed the footage assume it's just a bug passing near the light. However, they've attempted to debunk this theory and found that it doesn't hold up. The lighting in the basement varies significantly between the old coal chute area and the main open section, which is illuminated by different light sources. As a result, it seems unlikely that a bug could appear so distinctly in both lighting conditions as it does in the videos. So exactly what is lurking in that basement? Rebecca would love to know your thoughts. Thank you for sending this one in. The Screaming Boy. Now this story is incredibly heartbreaking, and the photo truly shook me. On December 27th, 1984, 4 Minnesota teenagers were excited to attend a Prince concert. However, their trip would end in tragedy. At approximately 7:15 p.m, while driving around a foggy curve on Edgecombe Road near Highland Park Golf Course in St. Paul, the driver lost control of the vehicle, crashing head-on into a tree at 40 miles per hour. Emergency responders quickly arrived on the scene and found 3 teenagers outside the car with minor injuries. However, 16-year-old John Bulware was trapped inside, wedged under the dashboard. Police officer Coyle described John as looking almost peaceful, but he had suffered a broken neck and was pronounced dead at the scene. Officer Coyle documented the accident with his 35mm camera, taking photos of the crash, and after completing his investigation, he returned to the headquarters and handed the film to the lab for development. When the lab technician called him days later to show him something unusual, neither men expected to see images that would perplex them for years. Among the crash scene documentation was a striking photograph featuring what appeared to be a human face floating above the damaged vehicle. These images definitely were not visible when the photos were taken. The face appeared directly above where John had been sitting, showing distinctive hair and a profile resembling the deceased teenager. Even more disturbingly, the expression seemed to convey someone in agony, as if screaming. Additionally, other anomalies appeared in the photographs, including streaks of red and white light that hadn't been visible during the session. Together with the ghostly face, these elements transformed routine police documentation into what believers now view as compelling evidence of life after death captured on film. In search of answers, Officer Coyle consulted various photoshops and technical experts. Each expert could explain some elements within the photos, but none could account for all of the strange features appearing in a single image. The images haunted the officer and attracted attention from paranormal investigators and psychic mediums, who viewed them as evidence of consciousness surviving bodily death. They suggested that the image depicted the soul in transition, capturing a moment when consciousness exists between physical death and what follows. But it wasn't just John's image that appeared in the photographs. In one shot, there appeared to be a translucent dog, which believers claim represents John's deceased chocolate Labrador that had recently passed away, coming to guide his owner to the afterlife. The alleged presence of a dog in the photographs supports the belief that animals have souls and can maintain relationships with humans after death. The photographs have sparked intense debate between paranormal believers and scientific experts. Believers highlight the remarkable resemblance of the face to John Bulwer and emphasize Officer Coyle's credibility as a law enforcement professional. They argue that the presence of multiple unexplained elements suggests something extraordinary. Of course, skeptics argue that flash photography, long exposures, and various light sources can create the observed anomalies, and some suggest that the ghostly face might actually show a living person, possibly Officer Coyle's partner. The fascination with the image continues to this day. For believers, it serves as visual evidence of the soul's existence, and ensures that John is remembered years after his death, though perhaps not in the way his family would wish. I find this one really creepy. Boy gets dragged. In Jamaica, the term for a ghost or spirit is a duppy. So when footage of an 11-year-old boy in Jamaica emerged in 2010, locals believed that a duppy was involved, speculating that it was the spirit of the boy's friend who had passed away 4 years earlier. The incident caused significant alarm and distress in the small town, prompting local news reporters to cover the event and interview the boy. During their coverage, they captured multiple instances of the boy being violently pulled back by what appeared to be an invisible force. Take a look. At first glance, it may seem like the boy is acting on his own, and some have suggested that he is pulling a prank. However, he either has an impressive ability to fake his actions, or something unusual is happening, as it genuinely appears that he is being pulled in some way. In addition to what was captured on camera, the boy claims that objects have been thrown at him, and that he can see the duppy. What do you make of this one? The uninvited guest. This photograph was uploaded 2 years ago to Reddit, on the channel's Paranormal forum. The post is followed by a caption that states, "I took this on my camera phone December 9th, 2013. I was hosting a Friendsgiving in my London flat and caught this figure looking on us. Probably just a weird reflection, but still creepy." At first glance, the evidence of anything paranormal is difficult to determine. However, if you look closely at the zoomed up image of the man holding the glass of red wine, there is definitely something strange. Above the man's head, what looks to be the figure of a body with a large hairless head, dark eyes and a gaping mouth can be seen. Though the image is most likely a reflection of light from the camera, where the flash is also evident in the glass window, the possibility that the figure is some sort of ghost or demonic entity has people talking. What do you make of the photograph? The Ghost Lady. This photograph was posted to Reddit by user National Ad 1049, and they describe a terrifying night that she and a friend spent in Douglas Park, Illinois. It all began late one night, when the two young women slipped through a gap in a fence and entered what looked like an abandoned, fenced-in lot, strewn with rubble, weeds and debris. There was a vacant building at the center. While before long, they realized that they were lost. The entrance had vanished, and high fences enclosed them on every side. Then all of a sudden, they spotted a girl. She appeared to be walking a path through the overgrowth. She was around 30 to 40 feet away, wearing a white dress that reached her knees, bearing in mind this was around 2 a.m. The couple decided to stay calm, but they were incredibly uneasy about the woman. Moments later, they realized that she was following them. Desperate, one began to chant that "We are light, we are love, we are sorry if we trespassed, we are leaving, we are protected." Her friend could only scream "no" in terror. Eventually, this mysterious girl in white vanished into the brush, and the woman bolted towards a faint streetlight, escaping through another hole in the fence. Later they discovered that the lot was the Hanneman Hospital Cemetery, missing from most maps but visible on Apple Maps. When they realized that they had been wandering over an old burial ground near historic sites like Camp Douglas and Lake Meadows, their horror deepened. The couple said that they were trapped for around an hour in the area, seeing the mysterious woman around 10 minutes after they entered. This is one of those stories that you wouldn't believe unless there was photographic evidence, which of course there is. I don't know about you, but the thought of an unknown person wandering around that area at 2 a.m. alone is terrifying. To date, we have no idea who that woman was. The Ghost Boy. Now during our research, this one kept cropping up, and although it's quite hard to see exactly what's going on, when you do spot the thing we're talking about, it is pretty creepy. Now the person who uploaded this footage said they recorded it sometime between 2000 and 2008 using an old school flip phone. They claim that the video has been on their original laptop and phone since its recording, and that they often look at it to try and understand what's going on. The user eventually decided to upload the video to the internet and ask for opinions. They also mention that the video you see here has been edited at the end to brighten it and point out the boy. Now, having watched the footage several times, it is understandable that the user's frustration has gotten the better of them, as the 44-second video is extremely grainy and difficult to make out due to the darkness of the room and contrasting lights from the Christmas tree, candles and television that appear throughout. But let's look closely and compare the notes that the uploader posted, as they seem adamant that there is a ghostly figure of a young boy whom they are not aware of. To begin, they claim that you can see parts of the boy's face as well as his shoulder and an apparent candle that he is holding. They question the candle themselves by saying that it may be part of the background. However, they claim that the boy himself is not transparent. According to the key points segment of the user's post, they note that the last few seconds seem to show the boy advancing towards the person holding the phone and recording the scene, which happens to be the user's grandmother. Now, it's incredibly difficult to see and is questionable. They have tried to decipher the footage to determine who or what is appearing to them, but they said they do not know who this person is. Some believe it's an angel doll, which also holds a candle in its hand that belonged to the grandmother. Now, this possibility was disregarded due to the size of the doll and its pride of place in the window of the residence. According to the uploader, grandmother is the one who recorded this and points out that she was alone in the house. She was recording her living room decorations. She also states that she has no decorations like that little boy, and I have never seen one like him either. Now, despite the cloudy footage, the family believe that there is a real boy in the video, even though she was totally alone at the house. So what do you think of this one? Can you see a boy in those last few seconds of the video? Or is this a major case of pareidolia? I'm sure if you filmed something like this, you probably would be pretty creeped out. The Pink Lady at O'Hare Mansion. This photograph is terrifying to say the least, and is one of the most discussed, debated, and studied photographs of the paranormal. The O'Hare Mansion, located in Greencastle, Indiana, was home to the O'Hares, a wealthy family that flourished during the 1800s, and whose good fortune allowed them to build a triple-brick multi-story home. Generations of O'Hares lived in the mansion before it eventually fell into disrepair. However, some believe that the spirits of those who lived there are still very much present. After hearing from a friend about some ghost encounters at the premises, amateur paranormal investigator Guy Winters and his friends decided to check the place out, equipped with cameras, VHS camcorders, and hopes of capturing something eerie. Winters and his group documented their search over several days, and during one of their nighttime visits, they started to feel an eerie presence. While some members of the team searched the interior of the dilapidated mansion, Winters focused on photographing the windows and doorways from outside. At the time, he recalled feeling sick and had a strange pulsation in his head. While as he took the photographs, he didn't notice anything unusual, but when the film was developed, he was surprised to find a ghostly figure of a woman peering out from one of the windows. The figure has come to be known as the Pink Lady of Greencastle. In addition to the Pink Lady, he also captured gold-coloured woman in one of the other windows. In the days that followed, the team analysed the images and produced a digitally enhanced screenshot from a close-up of one of the images, which appears to show a skull-like shape. The skull raised many questions, with skeptics believing that the image was altered or faked. However, a photographic expert confirmed that the Pink Lady was captured on film, and there were no camera malfunctions or questionable activities responsible for its presence. Guy sent the photos to a TV station who tracked down the surviving members of the O'Hare family. He met with Mary O'Hare, who recognized the Pink Lady in the photos as her mother, Irene O'Hare, and told him that the room the Pink Lady is standing in was once her mother's bedroom. Irene's sister Anne also bears a resemblance to one of the images. Though many consider the shots to be too perfect and are possibly carefully orchestrated forgeries, others believe the images are concrete proof of the paranormal. A cornfield now stands where the O'Hare mansion once existed. With the house demolished, it seems unlikely that we will ever discover the truth behind these alleged hauntings. What do you make of this one? Positalo High School. Positalo School in Idaho, commonly known as Pokey by locals, was established in 1892 and quickly became a prominent landmark in the area. It attracted visitors from notable figures such as Theodore Roosevelt and William Taft. However, in 1914, a fire in the boiler room destroyed the school. Now it's unclear if anyone lost their life in the fire, but after the school was rebuilt, rumors of paranormal activity began to circulate. Students have reported hearing whispering and strange unexplained noises around the school. They have also noticed toilets flushing on their own, even when no one is present. Additionally, there have been at least 6 documented deaths associated with the school. These include the drowning of a boy in the original swimming pool prior to the fire, the suicide of a school librarian who hung herself from a chandelier, and a student who took her own life by hanging from a locker. It is said that her perfume can still be smelled near the spot where she passed away. Given this troubling history, it was not surprising when eerie surveillance footage emerged from the empty school during winter break in December 2015. Take a look. The footage appears to show a translucent object emerging from one of the doorways into the corridor before returning to a classroom. After viewing the footage, the school called the police to investigate the strange occurrences, but nothing unusual was found. So what is actually happening? Is this paranormal activity that confirms all the rumors, or could there be another explanation, such as a student playing a prank? What do you think? Phantom helicopter pilot. Now this one is a classic. It was taken in 1987 when Mrs. Sayer was visiting the Fleet Air Arms Station in Somerset, England. You can see Mrs. Sayer sitting in the helicopter with what appears to be another person sitting in the other seat. Take a look. However, there is a problem with this photograph. Mrs. Sayer is certain that no one was sitting next to her. However, she remembers feeling cold and strange when she sat in the pilot seat, even though it was a relatively hot day. The helicopter she was in was used during the Falklands War in 1982, a conflict that lasted 74 days and resulted in the deaths of 907 people. Now it's not known whether or not a pilot died in the aircraft, but if they did, some say that could have explained the ghostly figure sat next to Mrs. Sayer. As you would expect, there has been speculation regarding the authenticity of the photo, with some suggesting that the figure might be a reflection of light, and others question why Mrs. Sayer was wearing a coat on what was supposed to be a hot day. However, despite the skepticism, extensive research conducted on the photograph has offered no definitive explanation and no evidence of a hoax, meaning this one could be the real deal. What do you make of it? Creepy figure in abandoned house. This video is at least 20 years old, which explains the poor quality of the recording. Now we don't have much information about it, but it features a genuinely scary clip from a time when things weren't as easily manipulated as they are today. The video begins with boys approaching an abandoned house. Based on their accents, we believe it's located somewhere in the United States. Upon entering the home, they discover litter scattered everywhere, and the roof is damaged, suggesting that no one has lived there for quite some time. Or have they? Take a look.
So, let's go in the house. Do we go in the warehouse or the...
Let's go in the regular house.
Alright.
What the hell? Dude, seriously. Whatever happened to the house?
I don't know.
Look at your stairway. What is that?
I think it used to be a garage or something.
No, because the garage was that. It had to be.
Yeah, that's like a warehouse, man.
Look at the roof itself. So.
Where?
In there. Look.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. What the? Look at that shit.
Huh?
There's glass. There's an oven. There's an oven door.
Where?
In the middle of the living room.
The roof is all f***ed up. Holy shit! Dude! Oh my... Go! Go! I could have sworn I saw a person. Dude, there's a person. Holy shit. Yeah, there is. Nick, I'm not...
Only one of the boys noticed the black figure, and after seeing it, he urgently urged his friends to run. Their reaction seemed genuine, and they clearly did not intend to stay and discover who or what it was. At the time, many people found the footage frightening, as they weren't expecting to see anyone. The figure resembles a man wearing a hoodie, although some believe its movements do not resemble those of a human. They questioned whether there was even a floor to walk on, given the state of the roof. Take another look.
The roof is all f***ed up. Holy shit! Dude! Oh my... Go! Go! I could have sworn I saw a person.
Was that a human? Possibly a homeless person living in the house? Or something else? The ghost plane. In November 2016, Francisco Hernandez was completing his night shift as a security guard at Mexico City Airport when he heard a strange noise coming from one of the empty planes. Following protocol, he went to investigate, and as he shone his flashlight down the dark aisle of the aircraft, this happened.
Verga. ¿Qué fue eso? No mames.
The shadowy figure peering over the corner left Francisco in shock. At first he thought that it might be a trick of the light, but when the figure moved, he ran for his life. Francisco managed to record the incident, hoping to play it back and confirm that he wasn't imagining things. Now, this isn't the first time that strange things have been reported at Mexico City Airport. Just a year prior, airport workers felt frightened after encountering what they believed to be the spirit of a child wandering through the terminal. They described seeing the eerie ghost of a 7-year-old Victorian girl. A video released by La Silla Rota TV features an image taken by a security guard, reportedly showing the girl looking out of the window of an abandoned plane. The footage also includes a spooky silhouette of a smiling girl dressed in a Victorian-style white smock and hat. Now, we're not sure about this footage, as it could well be a hoax, but we think the first clip is pretty convincing. What do you think? The EVP. The EVP that we're about to share with you was recorded at the abandoned Ogden Exchange Building in Ogden, Utah, by members of the Ghost Investigators Society. At the time of the recording, the investigators noted that the room was completely empty, and the building itself had not had running water for over 20 years, with no water facilities whatsoever. Despite this, the team believes they captured the sound of a child or a woman, talking and possibly drowning, saying, "I can't breathe." Now, warning, whether or not this is real, the recording is distressing. EVP first aired in 2005 on the radio show Coast to Coast, where the host discussed the findings of the investigators. The investigators appeared to be deeply disturbed by the recording and were absolutely adamant that the building had no water supply. However, they did find out something highly disturbing. There was a well in the basement of the building. Commenters on the video claim that they can hear phrases such as "take cover," "I can hear you," "murder," and "help me." Many believe that the recording captures the voice of a woman or a child being murdered by drowning, with some stating that it's the most disturbing EVP they've ever encountered. It's certainly unsettling. Take another listen. Waitress gets hair pulled by poltergeist. This next clip appears to show a waitress going about her work, clearing tables and tidying up. Apart from that, we know little else about this clip, although we think it's quite old judging by the quality of the CCTV. It starts with the bucket and the mop moving, before it takes a more violent turn. Take a look at this. That was a pretty forceful tug on her hair. Hair pulling and objects moving is often associated with poltergeist activity, where individuals experience an unseen force pull at their hair. However, there are alternative explanations for such incidents. These can include static electricity, air currents from fans or vents, or even deliberate pranks. As we know so little about the clip, it's hard to know what is happening. But if anyone can shed any light on this, then let us know in the comments below. Take another look. The ghost photobomb. In 2015, a story with the headline "Family Photobombed by Ghost" was doing the rounds. Here is that photo. At first glance, it looks like a typical photo of two children on a family day out, but on closer inspection, there appears to be a figure wearing a white cloak in the background. The photo was taken at Roundhay Park in Leeds. The building visible behind the subject in the image is a castle folly constructed in 1811 by local master builder George Nettleton. Its purpose was to create the appearance of a castle gate. Initially it featured a wooden roof and an upper room that served as a summer house, a sewing room, and an avenue for social functions. While there is no indication that anything sinister occurred at the folly itself, the park does have a tragic history that may be linked to supernatural activity. It is in fact the location where Irene Richardson, the third victim of the Yorkshire Ripper Peter Sutcliffe, was murdered in 1977. When this image was featured in newspapers, Kevin Grady, the director of Leeds Civil Trust, noted that it was the first time apparent ghostly activity had been recorded at the site. However, this claim may not hold true. What led us to question whether the image was authentic rather than a product of Photoshop was a story submitted to the Top 5's website back in 2017. It was titled, "I saw the same ghost that photobombed Family Snap at Roundhay Park." The guy who sent in his story told us that how back in 2010, when he was around 14 years old, he and 4 of his mates went to the Roundhay Park after watching films. As they walked along a path between 2 lakes, they all freaked out after a woman in a white flowing dress appeared in front of them. She moved smoothly, as if she was gliding, and after watching her in amazement for about 20 seconds, she just seemed to fade away. Could this have been the same lady in white who appeared in the photo snap 5 years later? We'd love to know if any of you have ever visited Roundhay Park and experienced anything strange. We'll have to take a visit ourselves there one day. The White Lady of Worsted Church. Take a look at this incredible photo. It was taken in 1975 in St. Mary's Church, located in the Norfolk village of Worstead, England. Dating back to the 1830s, villagers and townsfolk have told stories of a ghostly white lady who seems to miraculously appear every Christmas Eve at midnight within the confines of the church. The earliest known occurrence happened nearly 200 years ago, when a man set out to prove or disprove the existence of the spirit. After some time had passed and the man hadn't returned, his friends, now concerned, went looking for him and were shocked by what they found. Alone, trembling and huddled in a corner of the church, the man was shaking and full of terror. He claimed to have seen the apparition, which horrified him, before collapsing onto the floor. He died right in front of his friends that very second. The local pub the men frequented is now called the White Lady to pay tribute to the legend. The photo was taken many years later in 1975 and clearly shows a figure of a white lady wearing a bonnet, sitting behind another woman on the benches of the now famous church. The woman in yellow and cream outfit is Diane Berthelot, who was visiting St. Mary's with her husband Peter, who took the photograph, and their 12-year-old son David during a holiday from their home in Essex. They claim that they were alone in the church when the picture was taken and didn't notice anything unusual during their visit, or while Diane was sitting on the bench. The only sensation Diane felt was one of peace and warmth as she sat in the pew. They had entered the church to escape the heat outside. Diane later revealed that she had been taking medication for an ear infection during their visit and had been feeling ill for quite some time. While sitting on the pew, she decided to pray to help her with recovery. Peter decided to take a photograph of Diane as she prayed, so she was unaware of the surroundings, only that she began to feel much better before they left the house of worship. Months later, they watched a slideshow of the photographs from the camera alongside their friend and lodger, Barbara, who noticed the figure in the church photograph and asked, "Who's that sitting behind you?" Mrs. Berthelot was startled by the image and stated, "I looked up, saw the white figure, and my feet started to tingle. This sensation eventually engulfed my whole body. It was a pleasant, comforting feeling." The family decided to visit the town again the following summer and took the photograph with them. When they showed it to the late Victor of Worstead, Reverend Pettit, he told the family about the white woman and shared tales from years gone by. The general consensus among the villagers is that the woman was a healer who appears at certain times, especially when there is sickness. This may explain why she is thought to appear on Christmas Eve, a time for giving and healing. Diane experienced the tingling feeling again when she looked at the photograph of the White Lady. This sensation continued for many years, although she later stated, "I've been back to the church many times since, but nothing ever happened again." The haunting fife and the drums at Gettysburg. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania is known as the site of the deadliest battle of the American Civil War, which took place in July 1863. Over the course of 3 harrowing days, tens of thousands of soldiers were killed, wounded, or went missing, leaving a profound impact on the landscape. Now, many locals and visitors believe that the lingering energy from this tragedy has never fully faded, resulting in numerous reports of hauntings and ghostly encounters. Over the years, the spirits of soldiers in both Union and Confederate uniforms are said to wander the old battlefield, the nearby woods, and even the streets of the town itself. People have claimed to see ghostly apparitions marching in formation, hear phantom gunfire and cannon blasts, or smell gunpowder wafting through the air. In some of the old homes, inns and buildings that served as field hospitals, visitors have reported mysterious footsteps, whispers, and fleeting figures in the dark. Many have experienced sudden cold spots, seen misty shapes appearing among the rocks, and heard the sound of restless spirit soldiers pacing the fields. So when we found this video, which was posted to YouTube several years ago by a user named MB1554, we found it particularly haunting. The poster visited the site in July 2011 and heard the eerie sound of fife and drums in the distance. At first they were certain it was reenactors and expected to find a group behind each clump of trees. However, after walking along Wheatsheaf Road looking for the source of the sound, they found nothing, and after 30 minutes of searching, they never saw a living soul. Take a look and listen. This piece of footage has received little attention, but those who have viewed it believe it's the best evidence of ghost residual energy from Gettysburg they've ever seen. Now it's worth noting that this is the only video posted to this channel, and the user explained that they were not very tech savvy and needed their kids to help them upload the footage to YouTube, which we believe. With this in mind, we fully believe this video is genuine. Now whether or not you can hear the sound of ghostly soldiers marching and playing their instruments is up for debate, but the footage certainly feels eerie, considering the history of the place. What do you think? And have you ever been to Gettysburg? If so, did you feel or see anything strange there? The kitchen poltergeist. Now we'll head to the kitchen for this one, and when you take a closer look, this alleged poltergeist activity is pretty damn strange. There is no information on this one, apart from the fact that we know it was uploaded to Reddit in November 2019, and that it was filmed in the United States. Take a watch of this. We know that many videos of this nature are often fake, and it's typically questioned why the camera is set up to film a random kitchen or doorway. However, if someone has been experiencing strange occurrences in their home, particularly in a specific area, then it makes sense to set up a camera to try and capture any paranormal activity. In this video, the main focus is the toaster. The creepy part is that it isn't even plugged in, and while the glowing effect could be achieved with a light inside, when the toaster falls to the floor, there is a visible spark or ember, suggesting that the coils inside the toaster are heating up. Now this could potentially be accomplished with a battery-powered coil, but that seems like a lot of effort just to stage a video. We're not saying this is genuine poltergeist activity, but I think you'll agree, it's pretty unsettling. What do you vote this one? What's in the water? This creepy video made quite an impact when it was uploaded in 2018. It features a water tuber on the Isabella River canals in Puerto Rico and was recorded on July 8th of that year. As the woman passes under a bridge, you can hear her screaming, although she is unaware that something is chasing her at that moment. Upon reviewing the footage from that day, she is horrified to see what appears to be a ghostly figure chasing her underwater. Take a look. Commenters on the clip found it particularly eerie, with many believing it showed a corpse being swept along the river. Others speculated that it could be a ghost or a mythical creature. Now some have pointed out that the flippers of a swimmer could be visible, suggesting that someone was intentionally swimming behind the woman, indicating that the video could have been a hoax. Now since we have limited information about this clip, we find it pretty unsettling. What do you think's going on? The ghost of Freddie Jackson. On November 11th, 1918, when the armistice came into effect, a squadron portrait of the British Royal Air Force was taken at the HMS Daedalus training facility. Flight Lieutenant Victor Goddard, who later became an Air Marshal and World War II commander, displayed the photograph on a notice board to allow soldiers who wanted a copy to write their names below. An unusual phenomena was spotted in the photo. If you take a closer look at the fourth man from the left in the top row, you'll notice another head appearing next to his, despite no one standing there. Other World War I veterans claim that the face resembled Freddie Jackson, an air mechanic who had died 2 days before the photograph was taken, after accidentally walking too close to an airplane propeller. Ironically, Freddie's funeral took place on the day of the photo shoot. Now the story of this image was first published in 1975 in Goddard's book. In Flight Towards Reality, Goddard revealed that experts thoroughly examined the image and concluded that it had not been manipulated. Now it's important to emphasize that this photograph is as official as it gets. the photographer studio of Alexander Bassano, established in London in the 1850s, became one of the most significant studios in the country. Bassano himself was a prominent royal and high society portrait photographer in Victorian London. Although he retired in 1903, his brand remained popular throughout the century. Today, over 40,000 Bassano negatives are housed at the British National Portrait Gallery, which is likely where the original negative of the Goddard Squadron ghost photo is preserved. However, skepticism persists. For instance, if you compare the face of the supposed ghost to the soldier in front of it, many say they align perfectly, suggesting that it could be a simple photographic error. Additionally, the spectre appears to be going bald, while half of the soldier's forehead is obscured by his surface cap. Blake Smith, a journalist who investigated the origins of the story, could not find any records of Freddie Jackson or the propeller incident. The only relevant record was for Frederick William Jackson, who died of heart failure in an infirmary on October 30th, 1918, after being discharged in March of that year. Many believe this raises the question, how could the soldier have recognized Freddie Jackson if he does not appear in historical records? So although the background story is somewhat unclear, the photographer's reputation lends credibility to this image, and many still believe this is the Holy Grail. Godfather's Pizza Ghost. Customers at Godfather's Pizza in Ogden, Utah have experienced more than just a slice of pizza. They have encountered eerie, unexplained phenomena. Reports from both staff and guests describe a variety of paranormal activity, including a whistling poltergeist in the kitchen, sightings of full-bodied apparitions of a man, a woman, and 2 boys, a jukebox that mysteriously played music despite being unplugged, and a tile floor that inexplicably bulged up as high as 10 inches before leveling itself out. A later examination revealed nothing abnormal beneath the tile, and the concrete was intact. One of the most striking incidents involved fluorescent light bulbs that blew out of their boxes and smashed on the floor. The situation escalated to the point where Utah Paranormal Exploration and Research was called in to investigate. They discovered that the building had been constructed on an old pauper's field, a burial site for the poor, which may explain the presence of restless spirits lingering within. The investigation resulted in this photograph. The image was captured in 2000 by Mary Barentine, the general manager of the Paranormal Group. The misty apparition was visible to the naked eye for a few seconds as it appeared in the middle of the room. Many believe that this manifestation was the ghost responsible for the strange activity reported in the building. Today the restaurant is no longer in operation, and it's unknown if the building still experiences paranormal activity. I'd love to know if anyone visited this place back when it was open. The Haunted Daycare. This footage comes from a music school and daycare facility on the east side of New York, recorded by a security camera during the COVID pandemic. The music classes were held upstairs, while the daycare was located in the basement. Brenna, the person who uploaded the footage to Facebook, claims that her sister and her former roommate used to work at the facility, and both the music instructors and the daycare staff disliked going into the basement due to its unsettling atmosphere. Brenna claimed that she had been down there and felt the same thing. Staff complained of hearing voices when no one was down there, and toys were often found rearranged in a circle. This led to the cleaner becoming upset, believing someone was playing a prank on her, but they weren't. Children attending the daycare also spoke about a mean guy who was said to lurk in the play tunnel or hide in the corner of the room. When COVID hit, the daycare shut down, but the owners installed cameras to monitor the empty building. However, they were not prepared for what the cameras recorded. Take a look. After the video was uploaded to Reddit and TikTok, many commenters speculated that the footage had been edited and labelled as a hoax. However, Brenner responded to the skeptics, stating that she could say with 100% certainty that the video was not edited. She argued that no one had the time or skill to alter it. Now, we noticed that the footage was captured just after 3 PM, yet it appears dark, which supports Brenner's claim that it was filmed in the basement. So what do you think's going on here? Did the rat, as many pointed out, knock the toy and make it rock? Was it responsible for knocking off the basket? Or is the basement haunted, perhaps by a poltergeist? What do you think? The uninvited guest. This photograph is quite old and was posted to Reddit by user Variegated Everything. They explain that the picture was taken when their mother was around 3 or 4 years old. The little girl on the left side of the image is their mother, who has since passed away. On the right side is the mother's older sister. The gathering in the photo includes family and friends at the poster's great-grandparents' home, an old farmhouse located in a rural area. The same family members used to gather there every Sunday after church, a tradition that continued until the older generation passed away and the house was eventually sold. However, what is peculiar about this photo is the presence of a little boy, who can be seen just in front of the older sister on the right. No one in the family could identify this boy, and he did not belong to any of the family members. It's pretty strange. The poster explained that over the years, the family have discussed the photograph and pondered who the mysterious child could be. However, none of them could identify him, as none of the children in the picture had brought a friend. It was just family members present, although many years ago the great-grandmother had lost a child in that house. Unfortunately, the poster faced a lot of skepticism from commenters, some insisting that the younger kids were too young to remember anyone from that day, while others suggested that they were trying to create a paranormal narrative from nothing. We find the photograph quite compelling. Everyone in it knew who was at the farm that day and could easily identify all the children present, as they were all family members. The anomaly could potentially be explained by a double exposure in the photo, an unknown child who wandered in from elsewhere, or perhaps the spirit of the deceased child joining the family in spirit form. It's worth noting that everyone who was present that day and have discussed the event over the years are sure that the little boy was not physically there. So who was he, and where did he come from? Ghost at the football stadium. This piece of ghost footage happened in the most unlikely of places, a live football match. In a bizarre moment during a football match at the Hernando Siles Stadium in La Paz, Bolivia, fans were stunned when a ghostly figure was seen darting along the stands just before the home team scored a goal. Take a look. The alleged paranormal event took place during the 91st minute of a Libertadores Cup match between the Strongest and Defensa Sporting. Spectators were astonished when they spotted the mysterious shadowy figure on video, moving rapidly along the curve of the stadium. Although interestingly, matchgoers seemed unaware of the spectre's presence and did not react as it passed by just inches away. It's interesting because if you've ever been to a football stadium, you know there's little chance of running freely through the stands without tripping over something or someone. So was it merely the shadow of one of the players, or as some football fans believe, the ghost of a deceased former player? Some supporters even claim that the appearance of this ghost has put a curse on their club. The haunted painting. Can inanimate objects be haunted? Can a spirit attach itself to a specific item, causing unexplained events? While an artist called Laura believes they can be. In 1994, James Kidd, a commercial photographer, exhibited a photo in Tombstone, Arizona, showing the old stagecoach stop. He captured an unexpected figure, a headless man, standing by a log, which was later confirmed by Kodak experts to be unaltered. Take a look. Laura, an accomplished painter, was intrigued by the eerie image and requested permission to create an oil painting based on the photograph. Once granted, she began working on a 16 by 20 inch canvas in her home in Sierra Vista, Arizona. As she painted, Laura grew increasingly uneasy, questioning her decision to bring the ghostly image to life. Her doubts seemed justified when strange and unexplained occurrences began happening around her home after the painting was completed. When the framed work was displayed at a local business, the staff noticed that the painting was always crooked when they arrived each morning. No matter how often they straightened it, the frame mysteriously shifted again. They also began to experience misplaced papers and scheduling problems that filled the office with unease. Fearing the painting was the cause, Laura eventually removed it. In 1995, Laura and her husband moved to Tennessee, hoping to leave the strange happenings behind. However, the disturbances followed them. Their garage roof leaked every time it rained, despite 3 separate repair attempts. Her husband finally wondered whether the problem was connected to the ghost painting, which was leaning against the wall between the living room and the garage. After they moved it, the leak inexplicably stopped. One evening while preparing dinner, Laura set salt and pepper shakers on the counter. When she returned moments later, she found salt scattered across the bar and floor, although the shaker remained upright and untouched. There were no pets or children in the house to explain it. On another occasion, while sitting in the garage with a neighbour's daughter, they watched as 3 dried starfish hung on the wall until the largest one suddenly detached itself and glided 6 or 7 feet across the concrete floor. A heavy gate later came off its post without any sign of damage to its hardware. During another unsettling moment, Laura and her husband were cooling off in the garage after working in the yard. Her husband prepared drinks in heavy, gold-coloured glasses. As Laura lifted hers to take a sip, she noticed a large piece had broken off the rim. They searched for the missing fragment but never found it, leaving them both disturbed by the inexplicable event. Laura often photographed her artwork, and one day while showing a picture of the ghost painting to a skeptical woman at a beauty shop, she was met with disbelief. That night, the woman's clock fell from the wall and shattered. Another acquaintance, a neighbour, who wished to show the painting photos to his family, later claimed a series of bizarre events that they linked to the painting. They vowed never to touch it again. The final strange incident came as a loud knock at the front door. Both Laura and her husband heard it clearly, but their dogs remained still and silent. When they opened the door, there was no one there. They believe that all of these strange events are linked to the painting, and it's unclear whether or not they still have it. Creepy EVP. Now, this ghostly recording is definitely not for the faint of heart, and is considered to be one of the most distressing and horrifying EVPs ever recorded. Now we warn you, viewers' discretion is advised. This one begins in January of 2007. The Central New York Ghost Hunters, considered to be one of the oldest paranormal investigation teams in the world, from Syracuse, took a job at an old, seemingly haunted hotel in upstate New York. Now we're unable to provide any more information with regards to the hotel itself, as the owners specifically requested that the ghost hunters refrain from revealing its name and address for safety and security reasons. Now this alone makes one believe that the place is most likely haunted, as the owners didn't seem to want any publicity, fame or fortune, just a sense of confirmation and explanation. What they found was far more than that. The team had previously stated that their stay at the unnamed hotel was the most intense and horrifying they have ever encountered. The EVP recording, which stands for Electronic Voice Phenomena, which we will play for you in a moment, is truly horrifying. Founder of the Central New York Ghost Hunters, Stacey Jones, and a group from her team agreed to stay overnight at the hotel, and were preparing for a standard evening of evidence gathering and little jump scares. They were informed by the owners that the hotel had seen its fair share of terror, with numerous stories being recorded and logged that dated back to the 1800s when the hotel was built. On the first night, the group set up their equipment across various sections of the hotel. These included video and audio recorders, as well as a bunch of other electrical apparatus that would be used in their attempts at capturing a ghost or demonic entity. The owners advised Stacey and her colleagues that many of the previous investigations carried out at the hotel were relatively quiet and produced little evidence. The afternoon following their evening of spookiness culminated with a distressing EVP that was recorded at 3 p.m, where 2 female investigators and a member of the owner's family sat on the staircase of the hotel with a voice recorder. The reason for choosing the stairway was due to the fact that the team had heard some voices and footsteps emitting from the floor above, even though no one was physically up there. After setting up the recorder and waiting for some time, the team decided to play it back and was shocked by what they were able to pick up. Have a listen, but once again, viewers' discretion is advised. What do you think of that? When one listens closely to the long segments, you can faintly pick up 3 female voices, one of which is reported as saying, "Hello baby." Not long after this, a terrifying struggle is heard. The screams emitting from the woman in the recording are extremely blood-curdling and harrowing to listen to. There is definitely some sort of attack occurring on the woman, as you can hear one of them screaming for a person to get off her. What seems to be a separate segment to the recording captures a male voice and the chimes of an old-fashioned cuckoo clock, even though there is no such clock in the entire hotel. Throughout the remainder of the segment, where the ghost hunter team's voices are overheard, there is a male voice seemingly asking for help on a number of occasions. Take another listen to these few short clips and tell us what you think of this one.
The only thing that they do that they couldn't use, because there was no cement at the time, but so again, they couldn't use anything but the same material that was used in the original. But that they could be deemed historical.
Did the team capture evidence of the paranormal, of a struggle that occurred from another time or place by the spirits who dwell there? Does this recording encapsulate all that is terrifying about ghost hunting in general? I don't know about you, but I find this one incredibly eerie. What is this? Now before we dive into the story behind this one, first check this out. Pretty strange. Now the full-length video was posted on the Mexican YouTube channel Enigmas en la Historia OVNIs Actuales, translated to Enigmas in History Current UFOs, and it appears to show an object that seems very out of place. According to the captions in the video description, the footage was captured on February 2022 in Mexico. The country itself is filled with legend, folklore, and religious stories that include demons, voodoos, as well as the largest mass sighting of a UFO in recorded history, the 1991 Great Mexican Eclipse UFO. So what exactly is going on in this video? Well, as you can see, there are 3 different videos and angles showing a dark floating object as it glides, hovers, and disappears at various points in the clip. Dogs seem to be barking and acting restless at the entity as it harmlessly maneuvers across the sky and populous areas below. At 1:36 AM on the 23rd of February, an orb-like object emerges from the bottom left of the screen, which may be one of the dogs that begins barking at the entity. But at 1:37 AM, a dark object comes into view of the camera. Initially distorted and appearing as an obscure shape, the sphere hovers over the barking dogs before changing direction and moving towards the brightly lit buildings, where it morphs into a cylindrical shape. The footage from each angle is decent quality, but a little difficult to make out exactly what the object is, due to the night vision and black and white contrast. However, stick with it and keep watching. The next angle shows the entity coming into view from the top center of the screen. This time it has morphed into another shape, something resembling a leaf, as it briefly descends towards the barking dogs below before taking off again. An earlier video recorded next to the parked van shows, at 11:01 p.m, the object floating downward. This time it looks more human-like before rising up into the skies above. Again, the mysterious anomaly transforms into a starfish-like figure. This time the camera zooms closer to show that it's turning and spinning around as it floats out of sight. Now many believe that this could be a balloon or set of balloons that are deceiving in their shape and size due to their shiny reflection on the night vision cameras. Others believe this is some strange supernatural entity. What do you think it is? The Exorcism of Maurice Theriault. Now I wasn't lying when I said this video was going to be incredibly scary, and if the previous two didn't creep you out, this one will. Maurice Theriault, known by his nickname Frenchie, was a farmer from Massachusetts who grew up in a French province in Canada, where he was the victim of a string of abuse by his father. After surviving the horrid ordeal, Maurice grew up and began working on a farm while starting his own family, hoping that the worst was over. However, as the years rolled by, Maurice's loved ones began to notice his demeanor change, as well as his behavior towards his children and strangers. Worried that he was suffering from depression or having a psychological breakdown, the family sought help from a variety of options. Little did they know, they would have to turn to Ed and Lorraine Warren, the world's most famous demonologists. The Warrens were notified of Maurice's case in the late 1980s, after the family made their final, desperate attempt to understand the change in behavior and physical terror that had befallen the once tortured farmer. Ed and Lorraine were informed that Maurice would often become possessed by an external force that took complete control of his body. His lack of manipulation over his limbs opened the door for the demonic entity to consume his mind and thoughts. Maurice would suddenly fall into a deep trance where he would speak in tongues that no one could decipher, as well as demonstrating superhuman strength that his family could not control. Photographs and video footage was taken of Maurice's body, as seen here, which shows mysterious wounds, words and symbols that illustrate blasphemous meanings. His eyes would also change colour, with witnesses reporting seeing them bleed on certain occasions, as well as the air change around them. A heavy presence followed by a strong repulsive smell would occur around Maurice, while objects, mainly those of religious relevance, would move around the house on their own, all of which the farmer was able to identify or recall later. The fear that he and his family experienced resulted in the Warrens conducting their own investigation before the planned exorcism. The demonic forces targeting Maurice were evident, as Lorraine Warren claimed to see a dark entity clinging to Maurice's soul. As she watched the demon mock and play with Maurice's mind, body and spirit, Ed Warren reported on his physical deterioration, noting the lacerations on his face that seemed to emit from nowhere, and concluded that he was indeed possessed and required immediate attention.
And the exorcism will be the first ever recorded on videotape. A tape that shows Maurice's face changing from this to this as the bishop chanted to cast out the devil. Nancy Theriault was present throughout the exorcism.
When they were doing the exorcism on him, when he turned his head, I saw his face change. I saw the satanic look on his face.
As the video shows, far more was about to change on Theriault's face than its expression. As Bishop McKenna chants, Theriault's skin seems to bubble. A deep crack has opened on his forehead.
Maurice, do you feel anything?
As you can see from the harrowing footage, the first ever recorded exorcism that went mainstream, the Warrens, along with Father Robert McKenna and Maurice's wife Nancy, performed what is known as the Rano ritual. This practice, which is synonymous with the film The Exorcism, attempts to expel evil spirits from a person by using prayers, the sign of the cross, holy water, and other sacred relics. Maurice's face begins to change throughout. His body rocks back and forth as he reacts violently to Father McKenna. Ed Warren discusses the cuts on his face opening and closing, as well as his eyes blinking 3 times, which they consider an insult to the Holy Trinity by demonic forces as they battle for Maurice's soul. Eventually the demon is driven out, and Maurice regains consciousness, with the family seemingly free from the hell that had haunted them for such a long time. However, the exorcism only provided a brief respite from the demons that plagued Maurice, as he continued to struggle with his personal traumas, which culminated in tragedy. In 1992, Nancy called Ed Warren to inform him that Maurice was falling back into his old behaviours. Not long after this, he completely snapped and shot Nancy, wounding her, before taking his own life. Nancy would recover from her injuries, and in some ways was glad that her husband was dead, that he was hopefully at peace and free from the demons that tormented him his whole life. Ed Warren believes that the abuse he suffered at the hands of his father made him an easy target for the evil forces that gained control of him, and that he may have practiced in black magic himself due to the extreme characteristics he presented. So was Maurice truly the victim of demonic possession? Is there really a spiritual war going on around us that we cannot see? What do you think? Creepy Russian footage. Now I know this is mainly paranormal and supernatural themed, but we came across this one, we just cannot help but share it. Many believe that it's a real-life Yeti caught on camera deep in the Ural Mountains. And well, it's pretty creepy. It was reportedly captured on a dashcam in Bashkortostan, Russia, located between the Ural Mountains and the Volga River, near the border with Kazakhstan. In the video, the car's driver and passengers can be heard conversing in Russian about Yetis, when suddenly a blurry bipedal figure darts across the road within the car's headlights. The vehicle stops immediately and its engine cuts out before it's restarted and continues over the figure's tracks before reversing to get a better look. Take a look at this.
Полчаса пока ехать будем, пока тебе даже свет. Уже, блядь. О, лось. Стой, блядь! Какой лось нахуй, блядь? Медведь нахуй! Нифига. Стой.
Those who have viewed the video believe it to be a Russian Yeti, a monstrous ape-like creature covered in red or white hair, said to haunt remote forests and mountains of Russia's wilderness. The creature has a haunting connection to the 1959 Dyatlov Pass incident, when 9 hikers died under bizarre circumstances on Dead Mountain. Their tent had been sliced open from within, and their bodies bore shocking injuries: fractured skulls, missing eyes, torn tongues, and no sign of struggle or attack. A diary entry mentioning snowmen and a blurry photograph of a humanoid figure deepened speculation that they had encountered the Yeti, and it was responsible for their massacre. Of course, there is no proof that it was involved, the same as there is no proof the video here is genuine, but it could be. Ghost Hunters EVP. Now the last entry of this video comes from the popular television show Ghost Hunters, which I know many believe are fake, and will agree with you that a lot of the stuff there can easily be debunked. However, this one is worth sharing. In episode 3 of the first season, titled The Woman in the Window, the team investigated the home of Tony McMurtry, who believes that there is something going on at the residence. The Ghost Hunters team seemed to be coming up short during their stay. Nothing seems to confirm the presence of a spirit until Brandon and Mustafa head upstairs and into the bedroom, where Mr. McMurtry notices a woman lying on the bed. The playback from the recording device emits a woman's voice speaking in the background. At first it sounds very dull, almost inaudible, but after the team reconfigure the audio, the woman seems to say just one single word, which they cannot make out. Later, when Grant, Tony and the others are attempting to communicate with the deceased, there is a presence that begins to reveal itself. When asked if it was the person who is in the bedroom, it replies, in the same woman's voice, the word ma, or mum. This reply sends shivers down the spines of McMurtry, as he immediately recognizes the voice to be that of his own mother, especially due to the tone and dialect in which she says it. Take a listen.
Are you the person that we were talking to upstairs?
Me personally, I feel like she's saying mom.
The last words your mom said to you were what?
I'll always be looking over you.
Oh, wow.
When the team acknowledge that they have in fact made contact with Tony's mother, a sense of calm comes over him and a weight seems to have been lifted from his shoulders. An emotional Tony is glad that his mother is watching over him, but agrees with Grant that she should not be obliged to linger at the residence, jokingly stating that I don't want my mum to see everything I do. Sometimes it's nice to hear of a ghost story that has a happy ending, that not all spirits are menacing or hell-bent on terrifying us to our core. If the lady on the recording is in fact Tony's beloved mother, then perhaps there is hope for us all, that the souls of those who have gone before us are still looking out for us from the other side. Thanks for watching, keep searching,